Good evening. It's 5:12 p.m. in the regular session of the Planning Commission of the City of Lancaster. Please come to order. Tonight, our invocation is offered by Pastor Hayen, I believe that's correct, of Grace Chapel, and the pledge will be led by Commissioner Smith. If you'd all please stand.
Good evening and Merry Christmas to you all. Isaiah chapter 9 verse 6 is often read this time of year, and I thought I would make it the basis of my prayer with you this evening. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there will be no end. Let's pray. Dearest Lord God, I thank you so much that this prophecy that was given more than 500 years before that first Christmas was brought to pass in the coming of your Son. Lord, we thank you for the immense peace that he brings to us, for that wonderful counsel that he offers to all of us. And I pray tonight that this commission would be guided by your wonderful counsel. Lord, that there would be peace among those who are in this room and in this community. And Lord, that your kingdom would come and your will would be done in this room, in this community, in this world, as it is in heaven. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Join me in pledging allegiance to the greatest nation in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Another roll call, please.
Commissioner Diana Cook.
Present.
Commissioner Cassandra Harvey.
Present.
Commissioner Drew Mercy.
Here.
Commissioner Sandy Smith.
Here.
Vice Chair Randy Hall.
Here.
Chairman James Vose.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight we have a new face in our team. Ms. De La Cruz has joined us as the Community Development Manager, if I'm reading your placard correctly. Is that correct? And welcome.
That is correct, and thank you.
Bit of rules of the road, if you will. The way the commission operates, we meet generally the week prior to this meeting. The commissioners meet with staff here in this chamber. We do not deliberate, however, we do gather input from staff relative to the proposed agendas items. We ask our questions and receive our answers. The reason I'm pointing this out is because oftentimes when an item comes up, there may not be any discussion from the applicant. There may be, we may not even ask for a staff report, and that's because we've already heard it. If we have no new questions to ask or answer, the staff report is often waived, and then the commission will either vote on the item or have a discussion and then vote. It all depends. So tonight, however, there are a number of items on the agenda where the public is here, and sometimes we have a lot of discussion and sometimes we have very few people who attend. But the process here tonight is like this. There's a speaker's card at the rear of the chamber that you're asked to fill out, and then when the item is called, we will, if there are any speakers on the matter, we ask for a brief staff report so that everyone in the audience understands what's before the commission. And then we typically ask the applicant if they would care to give us a presentation. Their presentation will take whatever time we will allow them to speak. We may ask questions, it just all depends on what they have to say. And then we call on speakers. Speakers are then limited to a period of 3 minutes each. You get one chance for 3 minutes on each topic that you fill out a speaker's card for. After that, then we may ask the applicant if they care to rebut. They're not obliged to, but they may. And then once that portion of it is over, the hearings are closed, and the commission then will either offer a motion, members will offer a motion, or not. It just depends on what the commission members feel like they want to do at that time after the presentation. So we also have two hearings at the end of the meeting tonight, or at least that's the way it's scheduled on the agenda. However, my colleagues, if they don't disagree, we're going to move item 9 and 10 up, and that's for a couple of reasons. Those are public hearings that are hearings without debate. In other words, those hearings will be heard. Anyone wishing to comment on items 9 and 10 will be offered the opportunity to speak on those, and their comments then will be taken down by a court reporter verbatim. Frankly, if this meeting runs 2 or 3 hours, we don't wish to waste a lot of city resource paying a court reporter to sit here till the end of the meeting to listen to a few comments. So this is an opportunity we're offering the public tonight. It's not a necessary or required opportunity. It's an opportunity that we're offering so the public has an additional chance to speak before us on items 9 and 10. We're also going to move up item 7, which is the item we'll take up first after our consent calendar. So I hope everyone's clear on that. One thing I will point out, I know people may have strong feelings about what they wish to talk about tonight. That's great. We really enjoy hearing what the public has to say about issues that come before us. However, this isn't an entertainment venue. People who want to clap and cheer and do all that sort of stuff, all that does is delay the proceedings and frankly has little or no impact positively on members. Quite often it has a negative impact. Fair warning. So first item before us is our minutes of our meeting of November 20th, 2017. May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the minutes from the regular meeting of November 20th, 2017.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. So the next item we're going to take up is item number 7.
That was,
Is it number 7? And before I take that item up, let me just tell you all, we delayed the start of the meeting for a couple of reasons. Mainly was to review a considerable amount of communication we received prior to the meeting that we hadn't had an opportunity to review. We did receive letters, what are called uncontested hearing letters. Those are letters that applicants file with the city indicating that they agree with all the proposed conditions. Not all applicants, however, file those letters. In this case, we received uncontested letters from item number 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. We also received modifications from staff subsequent to our meeting last Monday, clarifying some issues that members had brought up, typographical errors, that type of thing, on agenda item number 3, agenda item number 4, agenda item number 6, and agenda item number 8. We did receive other correspondence. I mentioned the uncontested letters. We received comments on item number 2 from the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. It was dated December 14th, although we just received it today. On item number 2, we also received correspondence from Department of Fish and Wildlife of the state of California. And we also received correspondence from Mr. David Hawker on item number 3. We received number 3, right. We also received a piece of correspondence from Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board on item number 3. We received communication from a Phyllis Spurl on item number 3. On item number 4, we received communication from a Miss, I'm assuming, McFerrin. Item number 4, we also received communication from Jason Zink. We also received communication on item number 4 from the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. And we also received correspondence from Jay Guyer, I'm not sure, Guere. It's on item number 4. We received correspondence from Paul Buckley on item number 4. On item number 5, we received correspondence from Mr. Zito, I believe. Also, Regional Water Quality Control Board on item number 5. And from California Department of Fish and Game, or Fish and Wildlife, excuse me, on item number 5. And also a letter on item number 5 from a Mr. or Miss DeCastro, as well as a phone communication from a Miss McKeel. I believe that's everything. So it's a matter of public record. All those items are received or filed. So item number 7.
Chairman Vos?
Yes.
I, Commissioner Harvey, have been afforded several opportunities in this great city to serve the city in many capacities, one of which is I'm Director of Housing Authority, and at this time I would be deemed the applicant on item number 7, so I will recuse myself.
All right, very good. Thank you. When a commissioner recuses themselves, they actually have to leave the dais and not participate in any way in the meeting. They also are obliged to give the reason why. Tonight, this particular application is an application for a conditional use permit 17-26, tentative track map number 74965. Do we have speakers on this item?
I have no speakers cards on this item, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We've heard a staff report previously on this, but can you give us a brief staff report, please, Ms. Campana? Go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Vos, members of the Planning Commission. This item before you is conditional use permit 1726, tentative track map 74965. It is located on the southwest corner of Avenue I and Sierra Highway. This is a city project, and the applicant is the Lancaster Housing Authority. The proposed project is located within the North Downtown Lancaster Neighborhood Revitalization Transit Village Plan. There are 21 planning areas, and the proposed project is in Planning Area 18. Planning Area 18 is designated to enhance the commercial area and provide new housing opportunities. The proposed project is consistent with the intent of the plan. On August 8th, the Architectural and Design Commission reviewed the conceptual housing design, and they confirmed that the design concept presented were appropriate. The proposed project is for a residential development for 78 single-family attached units on individual lots with 1.17 acres of common open space and landscaping. Lot sizes range from 1,757 to 1,992 square feet. The proposed project offers landscape pedestrian paseos, enhanced paving along private drive lanes, and landscaping throughout the project. The landscaping includes enhanced landscaping with low signage and accent trees on the corner of Sierra Highway and Avenue I, and Elm Avenue and Avenue I, creating visually enhanced intersections to help establish distinct entryway features that help define neighborhood character and provide a sense of arrival. The proposed project would also provide 9 landscape pedestrian paseos that would provide pedestrian connection from Avenue I into the proposed development. It would accommodate safe pedestrian movement, increase connectivity between adjacent neighbors, and encourage neighborhood interaction. Staff recommends that Planning Commission adopt Resolution 1740 approving tentative track map 74965 and conditional use permit 1726. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Kimpen. And we have no speakers. The applicant, Ms.
No speakers,
Brubaker,
cards.
is here, who may want to say a word or two about this terrific project for potentially whom? Whom would reside in this project?
It'll be owner-occupied by anybody in the community, senior, youth. It's been a long time in the making. I think it's an absolutely outstanding project, and I'm very excited, and I think the community should be excited about it too. And it works well with the existing neighborhood and with some other projects that you're going to be improving in the future to enhance the whole entire central core of Lancaster.
And the funding is, how's the funding for this secured?
When the Lancaster redevelopment agencies were dissolved, we had assets and cash on hand, and we've been utilizing the selling of assets, the cash on hand, community development block grant money, which is supposed to be used for affordable housing, and any type of funding that's going to be coming up that's been approved that we'll be able to use for housing.
So are there income restrictions on this?
Yes, there are. They have to be for very low and moderate income families, which is most families that work in the city of Lancaster.
So it's really a market rate project.
Yeah, it is. It's called low moderate, but it actually accommodates based on family size and income, so it becomes market rate housing, really.
Very good. Excellent.
Thank
you very much
Thank you.
for explaining it to us. Any questions from anyone? No? All right. So without objection, we'll close the public hearing and consider a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 1740, approving conditional use permit number 1726 and tentative track map number 74965.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0 with Commissioner Harvey recused.
Very good. Thank you. And Commissioner Harvey has joined us. The next item is item number 9. Mr. Ludicky, do you have speakers on item 9?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I did have a speaker's card on item 9, and I for whatever reason, cannot seem to find it, but we did have somebody that filled out wanting to speak on item 9. I also do have one for item 10, and that is Virginia Stout.
On item 10?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, item 9 is a new public hearing. This hearing is being written and taken down by a court reporter. So everything that is shared with the commission will be recorded verbatim. The commission will not enter into any discussion or question either among themselves or with any presenter tonight. It's an opportunity for the public to provide comment on the draft environmental impact report, in this particular case for the Avante South specific plan, State Clearinghouse number 2016071067. And as I mentioned, the Planning Commission will not have any discussion on this draft environmental impact report or the proposed project. Those hearings will take place at a future time, which will be appropriately noticed, and the public then will have an opportunity to address the commission when the commission takes up the application for the specific project sometime after the first of the year. I have no idea when. Ms. Swain, do you care to add anything?
I would only add that the proposed Avante South project is a specific plan, general plan amendment, zone change, and a tentative track map, which would allow a mixed-use development on approximately 307 acres. The proposed project includes 1,700 dwelling units, 213,600 square feet of commercial uses, 31.5 acres of open space and parks, 12.8 acre school site, a 1.3 acre fire station, and approximately 38 acres of internal streets. The comment period on this document runs from November 9th to December 27th. So this is not the only opportunity to provide comments. You still have the ability to submit comments in writing, either mail, email, or fax.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker, Mr. Ludicky?
Yes, I did find number 9's. David Joseph.
I heard the first name, but didn't hear you clearly on the last name.
David Joseph.
Mr. Joseph, welcome.
Thank you. I'm probably premature, but it's going to be a big project, and my neighbor and I were talking about it. Are there going to be a lot of, I guess you probably don't even know yet, but the proposed roads, egress and ingress, the widening of the roads there, because already there's, lots of traffic around the high school and that area. And just asking about that, I may be premature on that question from what you said earlier a minute ago. So that's it, just roads, egress, ingress. I guess you can't answer that yet. So, okay. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have other speakers?
I have no other cards for item 9, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So without objection, we'll close the public hearing on item 9. The next item is item 10. This is a notice of availability for draft environmental impact report, Antelope Valley North Solar Project, State Clearinghouse number 2017061079. As I mentioned in the previous, this is an opportunity for the public to provide comment on the draft environmental impact report. There'll be no discussion by the Planning Commission on the draft environmental impact report or on the proposed project, which will occur at a meeting sometime in the future, sometime next year. We don't know when. And just to be clear, the Commission does not respond to question or enter into any communication at all in this public hearing. Ms. Swain, do you care to add anything?
The proposed project is a 72 megawatt solar generating facility on approximately 430 acres. The proposed comment period for this EIR is from November 16th through January 3rd, and you have the ability to continue to submit comments up and through that date.
Thank you. And we have a speaker on this. Did you say Ms. Stout?
Yes, Virginia Stout.
Is that all right? Can you hear me?
Good evening, Ms. Stout, and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having this hearing. We appreciate the ability to speak anytime that you want to hear from us. We're happy to talk to you. Okay, I'd like to address something that's kind of glossed over in a lot of EIRs on that, and people don't seem to take it very seriously, is the cumulative impacts of all the projects, which is required to be looked at in an EIR. And we'd like to see that added, that taken a little more seriously, and some of the things that are never or rarely ever addressed, including the latest science regarding heat island effects, which have come out in reports from the University of Arizona, University of Maryland, Madison, Wisconsin, Nevada, et cetera. And if you could take a look at some of those and add that to it, that the possibility of, what they say, and it's very hot here in the desert with climate change, if you could take a look at that and add that to the cumulative effects. The loss of the traditional valley visuals coming down from Tehachapi Willow Springs Road and any other place where people could look out over it from the above, what that does to the aesthetics to people. And that's something that's very important to a lot of people who move up here. It's kind of well known, to see the Poppy Park, to see the second growth desert, et cetera. Okay, the loss of the wildflower seed bank is never addressed. People used to go up to 110th and take a look at all the poppies, which aren't there. They drive out. What happens? Are there certain rare endangered species we haven't seen for a while because of the drought? Loss of foraging habit for kit foxes. We see even an antelope turned up this summer on alfalfa farm on 90th Street. It's probably lost. We've got miles of chain link fence. We'd like to see how many miles of chain link fence are now across the western end of the valley, just on that. How many roads that people used to travel on that are dirt roads are now missing because of that cumulatively? What are we taking a look at here? And then we have, how many of these could have been wildlife corridors that are now, that could have been used for that? And the effects on the county trail system. How visually, aesthetically, what is that going to do? We worked very hard to put a county trail system out there. And no one ever seems to talk about what the projects are actually affecting that. And there needs to be mitigation acres we'd like to see for cumulatively acre for acre. The Transition Habitat Conservancy would love to help you and work on that. If you're going to use 400 acres and 800 acres and 1,600 acres and thousands of acres, we'd like to see some actual real mitigation land that's put into that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers?
Ryan Langdale.
Evening, Mr. Langdale, is it?
Yes, Langdale. Thank you for getting it correct. Some people add an S.
Welcome. You might want to, there you go. Perfect.
So I actually moved out here back in, I want to say, around 96. And I've noticed that the plot of land that is across the street from my house off of H, and it would be Suffolk, I think is the street that you turn into to go into my neighborhood, has been vacant for years, for over 20 years now. I moved here when I was 8, I'm 29, almost 30. So that land has been underutilized. It has a radio tower there, and I can assure you, I think they have different communities, homeless communities living there. Another bag of things that I could talk about. But there is very little wildlife living there. As the previous speaker just mentioned, that we're taking away from wildlife that lives out there. Being that there isn't much, there aren't any antelopes, very few birds, that area would be a perfect area to set up, in my opinion, solar farms, because nobody wants to use it with the radio tower there because it's radioactive. Radioactive is probably the wrong word, but it does emit signals, microwaves, and things of that nature. So the planning in this, if we keep extending areas where we can't inhabit or animals can't inhabit, then we're just creating more of a problem from my perspective. Not work for any wildlife or anything. It just seems like common sense to me. But yes, that would be part of the problem. I see that we are expanding as a city, and we're expanding outward, and we're not taking care of what's already established, which if we want to promote growth and have businesses come out here, it would kind of help to work on what we have instead of branching out and putting the nicer stuff on the outskirts of the town and taking away the wildlife's living habitat. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Cut this early. Done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have another speaker, Mr. Ludicky?
No, I have no other speaker cards on this item.
All right, then. So without objection, the public hearing is closed on item number 10. And that completes the court reporter's responsibility. She can go home. I think the city attorney just mouthed she'd like to go home too. Did I misread? No? You're not saying? Okay, I got it. Okay. All right. We're on item number 2, which is a new public hearing. Conditional use permit number 17-04. So without objection, the public hearing is open on item number 2. Do we have speakers on item number 2?
I have one speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Say again, Brian?
One speaker.
One speaker? All right, then. May we have a brief staff report then, please?
Good evening, Chairman Vos, members of the commission. CUP 1704 is proposed for the construction of a 650 megawatt collector substation in the RR 2.5 zone. The project site consists of approximately 46.4 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Avenue J and 100th Street West. The proposed project is a collector substation which would receive electricity produced from solar facilities in the region. This electricity would be collected, stepped up, and fed into Southern California Edison's Antelope substation located just east of the project site. This substation would be located just south of an existing substation on the project site, and the average height of the transformers would be approximately 8 feet, and the conductors would not exceed 17. The existing chain link fence would be expanded to surround both substation facilities. A 10-foot landscaped area would be required along Avenue J for a consistent appearance with other solar facilities along that roadway. No landscaping would be required along the remaining boundaries, as the adjacent uses are all solar, substation, or transmission related. Access to the project site would occur from Avenue J to a driveway located on 100th Street West. The driveway on 100th Street West is set back far enough from Avenue J as to not impede the flow of traffic from turning vehicles. No irrevocable offers of dedication are required for Avenue J or 100th Street West, as these offers were provided as part of the conditions associated with Conditional Use Permit 1306. The proposed project would generate environmental impacts during construction with respect to biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soil, specifically dust, and noise. Mitigation measures have been identified to reduce these impacts to less than significant levels. Specifically, the measures include requirements for burrowing owl and nesting bird pre-construction surveys, procedures for handling any encountered cultural resources, and measures for minimizing dust and construction noise. Therefore, staff is recommending that the Commission approve the conditional use permit subject to the proposed conditions, and I'm available to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you.
Is this a project site on previously disturbed land?
Yes, it is disturbed.
So it's like a fallow farmland?
It was fallow farmland. Right now, it's more dirt than fallowed farmland due to construction in the area and, vehicles driving over it and just general disturbance, so yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, may I have a speaker, please?
Harold Brond.
Before you start, sir,
Harold.
before you start, can we adjust the podium up, please? It's
Okay, there's two, the red or the yellow?
neither one. There's a secret button on it, I think,
It's not rising.
but Ms. Swain broke it.
Well, about the limit of my mechanical knowledge. My apologies.
Just uncomfortable to bend over, that's all. Trying to speak into the microphone. All right. Thank you for being here tonight, sir, and I didn't hear your name clearly.
Harold Brand,
Mr. Swain.
B-R-A-N-D.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight, and please proceed.
Okay, on the solar panel thing, I was just wondering, where does the solar panel, where are they going to start stopping, and where will the West Mojave plan begin, is what I'd like to know. Because, I mean, solar panels are moving farther and farther out, and we do have the West Mojave plan that is, takes in a lot of that and stuff, and where does that begin?
Well, we'll ask staff to respond to you.
Okay, any answers, or?
What?
Oh.
Are you done with your questions? You have
Yeah,
any
that's
more?
it. I just want to know where there's going to be an end of keep going out of the county with, farther out into the county with these solar panels and stuff.
Well, this is the city of Lancaster jurisdiction. This is not a
100
county
this?
project.
How far does the jurisdiction go?
You'd have to look at a map. It
I'm on
goes all over
200.
the
I'm on
place.
200.
City boundaries go to 110th.
110th in this case, yeah.
Okay, so that's in the city, so
Right.
the West Mojave plan would be out past that.
And this is not a solar panel project, if
Well,
using
it's
your
a
word.
solar project then. But, I mean, it's still disruption of things in the desert.
Right.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So explain what the project is, please.
So the proposed project is actually for a collector substation. So as you can see on the site plan up there, it consists of transformers and conductors which take the energy and feed it into the Antelope substation, which is where all of our power comes out of. The West Mojave plan only applies to Bureau of Land Management property. It does not apply to property within the county, nor does it apply to property within the city. It doesn't exist relative to those entities.
And the West Mojave plan has been on the books and vetted, how many years ago? A lot of years ago.
West Mojave Coordinated Management Plan was originally a multi-jurisdiction plan, but as Ms. Swain noted, ultimately it was only the Bureau of Land Management land that it was applied to. For a lot of reasons I don't want to go into, the plan fell apart in the other parts due to a combination of issues with varying jurisdictions, as well as the State Department of Fish and Game, who was not a real good supporter of the effort.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers on this project, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any comments from members? Well, we'll wait for you. Generally, we're being very polite tonight.
I appreciate your politeness.
Typically, when speakers are done, they're done. We move on. There's a lot of folks here that'd like to talk to us about a lot of things tonight, so, but please proceed. You're Mr. Langdale, right?
Yes, correct, Mr. Voss.
Go right ahead.
Now, this would be towards Planning Commission. I noticed, or not noticed, but it was talked about in 2012 election how Alaska they pay their residents to live there because they're making money off of investments. Now, that's with the oil industry. If we're putting a substation in and selling the electricity that we farm in Lancaster or the Antelope Valley to consider the community as a whole, will we be receiving anything to give up the land? And at least, I mean, you know, where's the money going, and is it being distributed equally? And
Please address your questions to the chair. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I'll instruct
That
staff
would be okay.
to
Thank you
respond
very
if
much,
I
Mr.
choose,
Voss.
all
I'm
right? Thank you.
Not familiar with the setting. So it's just a concern for me if other programs don't have as much funding, perhaps in Mojave, can that be redistributed? What we earn back, I don't know the exact calculation because I'm too poor to afford solar, but is that going to trickle down into the rest of the community, or is it going to, what is it going to be used for, I guess, is the question I have.
Actually, all those questions are answered in the staff report and the environmental document, but I'll let Ms. Swain respond briefly.
So this is a private development. It's not a publicly funded, nor is it a publicly sponsored project. The developer acquired the property on their own. The collector substation is to support projects of theirs that they have contracts with varying utilities to provide power to in accordance with state mandates.
Thank you. Members have any questions? So without objection, then we'll close the public hearing and consider a motion on item number 2.
I'll move to adopt resolution number 17-33, approving conditional use permit number 17-04.
Second.
Thank you. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next item is item number 3. So without objection, the public hearing is open on item number 3, which is a general plan amendment, 17-01, a zone change, 17-01, and a conditional use permit, 17-11. The applicant is 20 West LLC. And we have a number of speakers on this item. We have a number of speakers.
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many?
Hold on. 1, 2,
8 or 10 or 12?
11.
11? Okay, thank you. So may I have a staff report, please?
This item before you is General Plan Amendment 1701, Zone Change 1701, and Conditional Use Permit 1711, located at 1966 Avenue L on the southeast corner of 20th Street West and Avenue L. The applicant is requesting to amend the general plan land use designation from non-urban residential to commercial, rezone the property from RR 2.5, rural residential, to commercial plan development, construct an operation of a mini-mart, gas station, car wash facility, oil and lube facility, and a commercial pad with a drive-through restaurant and retail services, and to allow the sale of alcohol with a Type 20 license and approval of a waiver from distance requirements. The project site is 1.9 acres. The existing single-family home would be demolished, and prior to demolition, asbestos and lead-based paint survey of the existing building would be performed by a qualified environmental contractor. There would be 3 buildings, a mini-mart, the car wash and oil and lube building, and the commercial pad. The maximum height of the mini-mart and the car wash and oil and lube building would be 26 feet, and the maximum height of the commercial pad would be 24 feet. There would be a 6-foot-tall wall with a minimum of 10 feet of landscaping that would be around the adjacent residential properties to create a buffer for the 2 uses. Outdoor lighting would be directed into the project site through the use of shield and cutoff fixtures. There would be 0 spillage to the adjacent residential properties. The commercial pad would be located north of the project site along Avenue L. There are no proposed tenants for the commercial pad, but the drive-through is conditioned for the speakers to incorporate the best available technology and be designed to compensate for ambient noise level in the immediate area. They would also have to utilize automatic volume control to the extent that the ambient noise mask speaker sound levels. The car wash facility is a combination of self-service and hand wash services. The proposed 6-foot-tall wall in the landscaping would help buffer the sound of the proposed car wash from the residential properties. Also, a noise study was conducted, and the daily sound levels would not exceed the city's daytime exterior noise standard. The proposed car wash would also need to use recycled water. The oil and lube facility would include 3 bays. All operations would be conducted within the building, and doors would be closed at the end of day. The hour of operation for the car wash facility and the oil and lube facility would be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The mini mart and gas station would operate 24 hours, but the sale of alcohol would be from 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., 7 days a week. The 3,000 square foot mini mart would sell a variety of products, such as snacks, hot foods, soft drinks, and so forth. Only 5% of the sale floor area would be dedicated to beer and wine. The applicant would not provide advertisement of alcoholic beverages, and no outdoor display or additional signage are permitted. Display of beer and wine would not be located within a close vicinity of the cash register or the front door, reducing impulse buying of alcohol. Also, employees on duty who sell beer and wine will be at least 21 years of age. The applicant is requesting a waiver from distance requirements because it is within 300 feet of single-family homes. The shopping center north of the project has a grocery store with a Type 21 license, which is for beer, wine, and spirits. That license is now surrendered. The proposed Type 20 license would be a more restrictive license, only allowing beer and wine. Therefore, the proposed Type 20 license would not increase the number of alcohol uses within the area. If a new tenant were to lease the vacant space and wanted to sell alcohol in the shopping center north of the project, then it would require a new CUP and would go before the Planning Commission. Planning has also received a letter from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department that does not oppose the applicant's request for a Type 20 ABC license. The proposed project would include street improvements along Avenue L and 20th Street West, which includes curb, gutter, paving, street lights, street trees, and bike lanes. The applicant would also need to coordinate with the Antelope Valley Transit Authority in regards to the relocation and improvements of the bus stop. The applicant is requesting a general plan amendment and zone change. The change of land use designation and zone is consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. Even though the proposed project is surrounded by residential uses, the nearest non-residential use from the project site is the shopping center, which is located approximately 100 feet north of the project site. The shopping center includes commercial uses that would be compatible with the proposed project. An approved live-work unit is located on the southwest corner of Avenue L and 20th Street West, approximately 100 feet west of the project site. 1 mile west of the project site is a larger shopping center located at the northeast corner of 30th Street West and Avenue L. The property on the south side of Avenue L between 30th Street West and 32nd Street West is zoned office professional, with additional commercially zoned property on the west side of 32nd Street West. Avenue L is a major arterial street, and houses to the north are developed at a standard suburban density. Also, the proposed building would be sited at the intersection of a major arterial street and a local street, which is appropriate for a commercial use. Therefore, the land use designation and zone is consistent. Staff recommends that Planning Commission adopt Resolution 1734, recommending to the City Council approval of General Plan 1701 and Zone Change 1701, and adopt Resolution 1735, approving CUP 1711. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the application before us, should we approve or disapprove the action, proposed action as recommended, the City Council then must, if we deny it, someone can file an appeal and the City Council would make the final determination. If we approve it, and the City Council would still be obliged to approve or deny. And if we approve the project, anyone can file an appeal to the City Council. So, it may sound like double talk to a lot of people, but it's strategy. there's an appeal cost of $750 to file an appeal in this city. Just for information. Right?
It's actually $14.45.
Now it's, because it's commercial.
No, that's just the appeal cost from Planning Commission to City Council for any project.
I didn't know we were worth that much. Okay, so we have 11 speakers, and we have an applicant or their representative here. So the applicant or their representative are welcome to speak to us. Mr. Little.
Chairman Vos.
Welcome, and may I say, and I mentioned this to you earlier, we all offer our condolences on the death of your dad, who was a longtime member of this community and a very fine man.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate that. Vice Chairman Hall, Commissioners, I stand before you again on some project that we're probably quite familiar on. I won't take up too much time except for that we are in agreement with staff's recommendations of all the things that go along with it. This is a Chevron Extra Mile, and under the Chevron Extra Mile, that is a franchise program which is top quality, and it's been brought to you before on other projects in the Antelope Valley, or mainly in Lancaster. And I'm here to answer any type of questions. The commercial pad that's going into, we are looking at a major brand going in there as far as something that would benefit the city. Gasoline has been a question as far as peripheral loop. Avenue L is considered part of that peripheral loop, we believe. We've been told by the city they'd like to see gasoline more prevalent along Avenue L, even though the closest facility, I believe, at this point in time is Costco, which is a membership only. So I'm here to answer any questions, and if so, and then would love to hear the comments and everything else. So.
Thank you. There may be some. Might
Yes,
you
sir.
hold
Yes,
on
sir.
a moment? Anyone have any questions?
Give the button a try on the lectern there. I figured if anybody could fix it, you could.
I think it's broken it further.
Yeah. Yeah. Won't go down or up.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the sound of the speakers, you were talking about buffering the sound for the noise level, and that there's things that you can implement. What are those?
Well, the noise level's always been clarified with the city as far as doing a noise study and the same thing. So that's important to know that noise level is always something that's pointed out from outlying areas. So it goes towards the main street, which buffers that from anything that goes beyond. As far as this particular location too, the way the location is going to be set, it's not back set against back part of the property all through the hill. There you have a buffer that can drive around the back section. That will help. But with all the restrictions now with speakers and everything else, the buffering system and along with lighting is a proponent to make sure that it doesn't impel on residents and stuff like that. There is a lot of improvements that are going to have to be done on that corner. Water being considered one for future development along Avenue L and along 20th is going to be required by this applicant. So it's also going to help future stuff. So.
And the water from the car wash, can you explain that? Will it be recycled?
Always.
Can you go into a little detail on that?
Yeah, Commissioner Cook, that's probably one of the biggest requirements that the state of California puts in now, is that the amount of water that goes in and comes out is minimal. So, I mean, we see more water being distributed on the mobile car washes than anything else in today's time. So it's quite prevalent that anybody that's going to do an automated car wash or automated and manned car wash has to be recycled water. You have to recapture that water and reuse it. So, and there's pits that are used for sludge control and everything else that goes along. Nothing's runs into the streets whatsoever. So that's part of that process. It's very strict. And along with Chevron USA is, I've spoken before in front of the commission, is very stringent as far as the regulations. And picking out sites, it used to be in the olden days when we had gasoline facilities, that you'd love to have gasoline facilities. And well, because you remember when I used to have those, Commissioner Smith. Yes, no. So when I was working at them and you were the young child coming in and looking, that's the reason why. Those facilities are gone. The major is the thing. They have up quality programs, like I said, from dairy to sandwich program to meal program, coffee program, everything that goes along with it. So, and they're tough. They're tough. I mean, if you look at the gasoline facilities today, Extra Mile to become one, you got Chevron, and then you have an Extra Mile. And there's a big stepping stone between the two.
So you've addressed water, you've addressed lighting, you've addressed sound. Do you see as this being a problem in this location with any loitering?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, that's another issue too, because camera systems and Chevron USA prohibits anything. And they monitor everything, and it's sometimes I wonder, a lot of times the applicant who is a Chevron Extra Mile, there's a lot of rules and regulations that go along with it. And with that comes your responsibility to police your own. I mean, there was something that went out to there was one person that says, I'm concerned about selling singles. It's not allowed. Under the city ordinance, it's just not allowed. Curtailing alcohol sales until 10:30 at night. Car wash between finishing up at 6 p.m. Those are all things that curtail that type of atmosphere. But along with that, you're going to have a pad that serves other items. So we're not looking at a pad that's going to sell beer and wine or on-site. That's not what we're looking for at this particular location. So I don't think loitering is that. And I think being that part of that avenue, I believe, on Peripheral Loop, I believe there's a lot of things that are happening now as far as the businesses being run out of, which is great, out of the residents there now. And I think it's going to do nothing but enhance that corner. And I believe it's going to enhance a shopping center that's been dormant for quite some years.
That was my question. I do have a concern about and I'm not sure Jocelyn or who may have the answer to this. Well, I guess you wouldn't, but the occupancy rate at that shopping center at the corner of L and 20th, because I know it's pretty much deserted. And I'm not, and I look at the fact that that's just completely, Commissioner Cook brought up the loitering, and I don't know what the rates of loitering are, in that current shopping center with the vacancy so high, if that would have an effect. I would love to see that area developed. And
Commissioner Smith, I believe that, and we've seen other projects in the past in different areas, that we've seen centers that are dormant, have been dormant for quite some time. And we've seen when other projects have come in, it kind of gives it a vitality, facelift type thing. I do know there's some things coming in the works. There's been a couple things that they would love to see, another corner or two that would be this and that, but that's them speaking, and it's easy for them to speak and sit there and say. I've seen in the past when I've been doing projects of this nature, that when something comes to the table and vitalizes an area, it brings more spark to a center that could possibly be revitalized. And that center is a nice center.
And I should have addressed, I'm sorry, Ms. Campagna, I should have addressed it to you. In the staff report, you did state, though, that the uses of this project were compatible with the center to the north, which, can you explain to me what does that mean? Because from what I can see, the center to the north doesn't have a lot going on. So
I think it's land use.
It's land use and commercial.
The appropriate general plan designation and zoning across the corner on the north east corner would be the same should this project get approved. Same types of uses.
Compatible with the use.
Right. Would you hold on a minute there, Mr. Little? Can you pull up the floor plan on the building, the floor plan? Yeah. Oh, you had it the first time. Back. There you go. The shaded area, that's in the rear of the sales area. Those are the reach-in boxes and cold storage, right?
Yes, sir.
That'd be correct? So that's the area where the beer and wine is dispensed from as well as stored?
Yes, sir.
And that percentage of floor space is what, 5% or something?
5% minimal, yes, sir.
Which is within our guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Actually, it's within our ordinance, not even a guideline, it's a requirement. So,
And no floor space advertising whatsoever, no outdoor advertising, none whatsoever, sir.
no single sales.
No single sales, no, sir. No, sir.
And I think in previous, the particular applicant for this project, do they currently operate other businesses in the community?
Yes, sir, they do. Yes, sir. They've got quite a bit of investment up here in the Antelope Valley, especially Lancaster. Yeah.
They have what, 2 or 3 stores? 5?
Center, 3 locations, and looking to add another, sir. Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you. Anything else?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Jeff, since I'm usually a no vote on alcohol coming into the community, increasing the number of licenses sold, and can you explain why Extra Mile insists on selling alcohol at these types of establishments?
Sure. And like we've talked before, Commissioner Hall, is that one of the things is that it's part of their program, Extra Miles program. And, it's just like anything else. They have their coffee program, their dairy program, their sandwich program, donut program, you name it. Beer and wine is part of their program. A lot of dealers become an Extra Mile to get points on those things and get checked off. Under those guidelines and points could be a reduction as far as purchase of gasoline, which is in turn directed on cheaper gas prices. It's ironic to think that in today's times that the general public would drive 6 miles to save $0.015 a gallon, and yet they just spend $10 to do it. In today's time, we're finding out that even in blighted areas, Chevron USA, with their label and everything else, and even in poverty-driven areas, his gallonage has gone up because of the quality and the safeness that they feel. So I believe that it's important today, in today's time, in the gasoline, and being brought up many, many, many years ago when Commissioner Smith was a youngster, is that basically this particular type of location warrants that you have to control your gasoline prices. And by gasoline prices, every program that you can get, whether it's a candy program, whether it's this and that, when you get all that checked off, comes back to you in reduced gasoline prices. And so that's one of the reasons why it happens. An Extra Mile calls for that. That's what they want to see. They want to make sure that somebody has the full right to come in and get a gallon of milk, a sandwich, orange juice, some grocery items, and obviously a beverage of their choice. So.
All right, thank you very much. There may be, you will have an opportunity to rebut, depending if you choose. May we have the first speaker, please? Well, maybe not. What's happening?
The cord underneath it.
Uh-huh.
Donna J. Giguere?
Say again?
Donna J. Giguere. Did I get the last name correct?
Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Jadair, is it?
Jaguar, like J.S. Jaguar, the hockey player.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't follow hockey. I'm sorry.
For
Good
those
evening and
that
welcome.
do, my condolences as well on. I'll be as quick as possible on this one. The business across the street from that you all were talking about is empty, and that is where vagrants loiter. And of course, we all know that they tend to like alcohol as well. Beer, wine is usually the favorite and preferred because it's cheapest. And we already have enough of an issue with that. There is nothing on the books that we can see or that we've heard of, business-wise, that's going to be moving in there. When I bought my home in 2014, I didn't expect to have basically a lot over there that's just collecting bodies, if you will. I've seen cars pull in, hook up with another car, and then drive out. That signals one thing to me. a drug deal. So there really isn't anything going on in there. I don't see, we've got a smoke shop, which that, you know, if we get our beer and wine across the street and then go over and get our cigarettes and hang out and drink, that's not exactly too much of a thrill. Also, we don't need a gas station, a car wash, an oil change facility on every major intersection. I mean, we have one of these exactly like this over on K and 18th Street. If somebody can't drive 12 blocks to get a car wash and fill up their tank, you know, I mean, come on, every corner. The excuse of it will add additional value to the empty building across the way, that didn't work in Palmdale. We lived in Palmdale, sold our house in Palmdale and moved where we were for a little bit of space and not people close by to us. And the other reason was we were sick and tired of what was going on there. You've got empty shopping center after empty shopping center, but yet they're building something new right across the way from it. Makes no sense whatsoever. It's already zoned commercial. It already has beer, wine, and alcohol, you know, that was surrendered because, why? The supermarket moved out. So it just makes absolutely no sense, and it's not something needed and not something the community wants, frankly, the surrounding neighborhoods. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Yes. Alyssa Hidalgo.
Evening, Ms. Hidalgo.
Hidalgo. Yes.
Evening, welcome.
How are you? I think this is the perfect height for me. So, my name is Alyssa.
We don't need to move that for you?
No, it's perfect.
All right.
I am a registered nurse for end-of-life care, and I'm also married to a nurse. We've been married for a year, and we're now looking for our first home. And we were looking in the Ellen 20th area, and we were really disappointed to see that they were going to put this gas station in because we love that area. It just kind of put us off a little bit. The idea of living close to a gas station, I'm just concerned with the hazard of maybe like breathing in the fumes and what can go on with that. I feel we should be protecting that, excuse me, instead of tearing it down to build a gas station. Lastly, there is an abundance of undeveloped land in Lancaster. Tearing down a home for construction of a gas station does not make sense to me. I believe we should find a lot with proper zoning and build a gas station there. That's all I have to say, so I appreciate you. And I apologize, I'm not good at public speaking, so thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
James, I can't make out the last name very well, but lists as the owner of property at 1742L. Ropel?
Well, you both heard your name. I didn't.
Ropel, Jim Ropel.
Mr. Ropel, welcome, and thank you for being here tonight.
I've lived on this property about 15 years with my wife, 1742 West Avenue L. I have also been a longtime resident of the Valley. I've been here 50 years. I've watched every development wax and wane and through all the cycles. This area, I've never seen a project more out of tune with the neighborhood than coming in and putting a gas station, beer market. It just doesn't work for the neighborhood. If you look at the aerial photo, you can see they're 2.5 acre lots of horse property, farmettes. This is rural. Yes, it is in the city, but there's a rural area in here. It's called White Fence Farms. We don't need this in our neighborhood. White Fence Farm water services the area. The system's been put in to service single-family homes, not for a commercial. I don't think the system's big enough. It barely handles what it's got right now. Sanitation, I don't think it's in the sanitation district, so we're going to have septic systems to dispose of all the septic problems here in the commercial property. Water runoff from the site, stormwater washes everything out to the street. I've worked for LA County for 30 years as a land surveyor. I know about these developments. This is just totally inconsistent for the neighborhood. We do have vagrant problems already. I live on Avenue L, and just beyond Avenue L, my price of my property is reduced $10,000 because of noise. I can't have a conversation in my front yard. Avenue L is an arterial, is to move traffic. That's what an arterial is for, not to set up shopping centers. So right now the traffic moves through, and I take that evil of the sound and the lights from the existing shopping center across the street. I deal with it. Now I'm going to have traffic stopping, accelerating, 24 hours of traffic going through my neighborhood. It's bad enough as it is right now. I have a hard time selling my property for what it's worth. But to add this burden of putting more commercial property in the neighborhood, I don't think it's a good idea. I wish you would vote against it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Rappel. And just so everyone understands, once the speakers are finished and the applicant has an opportunity to rebut, we typically will ask questions of staff to clarify some of the speakers' comments. If we don't clearly understand what their points are, and we call upon our experts to give us responses. We have the next speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Hailstone.
Mr. Hailstone, welcome.
Good evening. Bruce B. Hailstone, real estate broker here in Lancaster. I'm really concerned about the judgment of our Planning Commission in considering putting a commercial development at 20th Street West and Avenue L. That corner already has commercial granted to the north, but has had huge vacancy problems. You don't know about vandalism? I happened to attend the barber shop in that shopping center, and they were vandalized just last week. Broken window, TV stole out of the store, and was an old plasma TV. What that thief thought he was getting was nothing like what he got. The long and short of it is, from Avenue L south is rural countryside development. Even our past mayor lives within a half mile of this project. Do any of you on the council live within a block of this development?
Mr. Hailstone.
I'm sorry?
The commission.
Sir, excuse me, sir. The Planning Commission, do any of you live within a block of this development? I do. And when I saw that there was serious consideration being given for this type of development on this particular property, I was totally appalled. I happen to have been the listing agent to help the seller liquidate. The property has a single-family home on it with a tenant and a shop tucked deep away from neighbors hearing any kind of noises or any kind of problems on that intersection. This area is zoned 1 acre minimum. And you're thinking about grossly defiling that 1 acre lot minimum to create heavy commercial development when it's surrounded otherwise by neighborhoods? How would any of you like to have this development as your next door neighbor of your home? It is just simply wrong. That area has been zoned within White Fence Farms as 2.5 acres, is now zoned the non-urban residential, and to consider making it commercial is not representing the constituents who live in the area. I implore you to vote no, that this development on Avenue L would far more appropriately be built at the freeway at the southeast corner of 15th West and Avenue L, where it would side to the freeway and not to neighbors who thought they were buying rural when they took occupancy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
No ums or ahs, Bruce.
Next speaker, please.
Richard Groves.
Evening, Mr. Grove, and welcome.
Hi, thank you. Just to echo Bruce's comments, I'm one of his next door neighbors, 2 houses away.
Is that working out okay for you?
Yeah. He's okay. Anyway, I just want to echo everything he just said. I don't think the city's ready to deal with a gas station on that corner. I don't see the relevance of it. That Ralph's Shopping Center, like Bruce said, has been empty now for about just over 3 years now. It was September 3 years ago that Ralph's bailed out. Why don't the commission take action to propose further development of the already developed grocery store, that whole huge lot there? I mean, not that they could put a gas station in there, but vehemently, myself, I agree with Bruce about any kind of proposed development with, the applicant talks about loitering not being an issue, and we all know that that's not true. Avenue K foot traffic will have a reason to migrate a mile to the south and consider it their new established norm to just hang around. Single sales of alcohol. I've not yet seen an alcohol store where you can't walk in and grab yourself a 24 to go. So I don't know what they mean by that. And,
well, we'll answer that question for you.
Okay. And I don't know if the city's willing to deal with the grim aspect of the more than probable increase of pedestrian versus vehicle accidents at that intersection and along the ways there. People running across the road in the dark. Traffic flies through there on Avenue L. And we all know it. So along with Bruce, my neighbor Robert, he lives right next door to me too. And just adamantly, I'm a no on it. That's all I can tell you. A no.
Thank you, Mr. Grove, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Eugenie Tro.
Is it Tro?
Tro. Can you hear me?
Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing the comments. Could we look at the map that shows Avenue L, the egress from the property?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Well, the one that I specifically remembered, you see the blue outline?
Yes.
Very close to the right-hand end of it is where the exit is from the entire property.
Or you want to look at the site plan?
Yeah, oh, thank you.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, so you can see where the car exits up there.
Right.
Just a little farther east of that, there have been 2 terrible accidents caused by the fact that people could not judge the speed of the oncoming traffic on Avenue L. They were turning right, and the vehicles met a little farther because they couldn't get out. They couldn't figure out how not to meet each other. This is a unique...
You must live right there then.
Yes, very close. This is a unique area because Avenue L is one of the perimeter corridors. It has an overpass over the train. Avenue H is the other corridor that has an overpass over the train. The original idea being you would have fast access from the east side to the west side both ways for emergency vehicles. Any kind of slow traffic has the potential of creating a lot more accidents and slowing down the response of emergency vehicles, including maybe my heart attack, a little, or one of anyone in the area. A few seconds longer is the difference. And I unfortunately have seen people do not judge the oncoming traffic, and because it's so close to the freeway, they really are anxious to get there. It's just half a mile away. It's unique. The freeway isn't that close on the northern perimeter on Avenue H. So I do ask you to reconsider. I see, unfortunately, a lot of accidents and deaths increased because of this development. Thank you.
And we're not reconsidering, we are considering the application.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, Richard Sim.
Mr. Sim. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I can proudly say that I spent 50 years so far by way of teaching at the college. This is my 50th year there. I have lived on that street, L and 20th, for 47 years as of this month. I'm a farm boy from Minnesota, and I needed space. So I bought, it's nearly 5 acres. I think it's 4.7 or whatever that I own. It goes from 20th to 21st Street. It's basically across the street from us. The police, when I first moved in, used to hide behind a couple of my trees in the front yard. And they would nab people going through stop signs. That was before the light. I thanked him for being there and creating a safe environment. That has always been a problem street. As many of you probably remember, maybe you've gotten some tickets on the video cameras that they set up on L and 20th. Why do you think they picked that? Because there was a real problem. The fire department use it, ambulance use it, and police use it. It's one of the main thoroughfares. I think there were 2 streets, Avenue L and Avenue H was supposed to be the commute. And it still is today. It's frightening if you would come there during the commute. Not too long ago, there were 2 deaths. I think it was probably the next property to that would be on their south side or east side, where one young man was killed, and that was on Avenue L, and also on Avenue L on the other side of 20th Street, on the west side. A few months later, there was another young man, he was a college student, was killed. The traffic, I swear, that it goes between 80 miles an hour, maybe even as close to 90, especially during the commute when people are running late. Anyway, my point is safety. If you look at that diagram and you see a car coming and they see the light is green and they're going even 60, they're going to have a hard time stopping if a car doesn't see them, or maybe they're slow. I think it's purely unsafe, and we should consider life first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Paul Buckley.
Mr. Buckley, welcome.
Thank you. I didn't know about this project until tonight. The reason that the property to the north of that is vacant is because the owners of that property started evicting everybody out of that shopping center. They had a wild idea they were going to get Walmart to move in there with a mini store. Everybody in that shopping center was getting eviction notices and had been moved out. There's no reason to put a gas station or anything on the south side of the street when you got that shopping center for sale on the north side of the street. The partners there have mismanaged that property and have, got everybody out. The lady that owned the donut shop got evicted. I've been in real estate my whole life in development, buying and selling neighborhoods in Northern California and in construction. And that southeast corner is not the highest and best use for that property at this time. Across the street, you have 3 lanes because you have a right-hand turn lane, so people have a chance to get out and turn right, or they can go left. Coming out of that subject property, they're only going to be able to make a right-hand turn. Since that overpass was put in, Avenue L traffic has gotten to be unbearable. I live on 22nd Street West, and when I come down to go to work, I have to wait until all the traffic's gone by before I can get out because it's hard to judge their speed, like the other speakers have said. I think a more appropriate use would be the shopping center across the street because it's already vacant, and I think the owners should buy that property instead of this one on the southeast corner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Buckley. Do you have another speaker, please?
Yes, Don Larson.
Did you say Don or Dawn?
Don. And the final one that I have for this item is Lorraine Sham.
Yeah, Lorraine Sham.
I didn't hear your last name. Say it
Lorraine
again.
Marie Sham, S-C-H-A-U-M.
Ms. Sham, welcome.
Thank you very much. I live at the White House on the corner of 20th West and L, next door to Mr. and Mrs. Sims, and I've been there 5 years, and I want to point out to the board that this location is on the border of White Fence Farms rural homes. And as the other gentleman pointed out, these are large acre lots, and this impact of the gas station would have a terrible impact on all the neighbors. There'd be increased traffic, noise, and alcohol-related car accidents, vagrants, and I'll be honest with you, I'm a renter there. I rent from Mr. Burl Patterson. He's the owner of Coldwell Banker Real Estate, and he's a very, very good man, but I love my home very much, even though I'm a renter, and I'm very thankful to the city to allow me to have a home work permit for legal document preparation. And I assist people that can't afford lawyers with assisting court orders, obtain court orders without a lawyer. And I'm licensed and bonded, and but I also live there. And I guess you folks know, with my landlord's permission, I built some horse corrals with an arena, and I recently had my horses boarded because I'm so nervous about this project, and I'm really adamantly against it. I live alone, and I'm very concerned about vagrants walking behind my property and hanging out behind. There's a big, huge manzanita tree, or whatever kind of tree it is, and jumping over the fence and stealing. And somebody else mentioned that the barber shop was broken into for a silly television, and I have 2 dogs, but I'm very concerned about my safety, and the wall has already been ran into quite a bit, many times, that borders my property, and I'm just hope that the committee will consider a no vote on this for the environmental impact as well, and especially the alcoholism and drugs, the vagrants, and the environmental impact of the waste that'll be generated from the gas station, both through the air and through the ground. And thank you so much for allowing me to share with you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no other speakers cards.
All right, then. Mr. Little, do you care to rebut or no?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All concerns that everyone should be concerned about. But one of the things that we look at too is that we are taking a corner that is going to be more seen with everyone. The thing I'm getting here is that the traffic flow and the speed. we see locations like this that are put in that slow and impact stuff, that slow it down. There's a lighted corner. Where this house is at now sits way back off. It looks like a vacant, dark, both sections of that street. This will enhance that corner to the point where it can be seen. Okay? It's not going to impact, the lady spoke briefly on the owner across the street, which he was very in favor of our project. So we're concerned that if you look down 20th and you're going down and you see the road as it is, it has become a speedway. But if you look at that way coming down there in the evening time, is that portion is going to be well lit. It's going to be well lit, and it's going to be a point where people can see it coming east, west, north, and south. And I think that's an important as far as looking at property. It seems to me that with what we're putting on that corner is going to enhance the property instead of seeing a vacant lot there that's completely dark. We do believe that gasoline there is a need, because it's been spoken as far as the city would love to see more amenities along Avenue L. We do believe that Avenue L is a part of the peripheral loop, that it's going to increase traffic flow. We do know there's businesses there now that are operating home businesses out of there now, but you have cars coming. So we believe that making a corner more enhanced, more visible, more accurate as far as what can be seen and going through there is important. As far as vapor recovery in today's times is honestly so extreme as far as gasoline fumes. Every fume has to be recaptured. It's not in the days where a tanker was dumping fuel, and you could stand out there on a nice, calm, sunny day and smell gas fumes. Every single bit of those fumes have to be recaptured. Antelope Valley Air Quality Control Management is emphatic on that, and with every project that comes down the tank. So, that anymore are things that in the past. As far as serving singles and 40s and this and that, we don't want any part of that. It's a proven fact. Not only the city has implemented huge plans and saying, let me get this perfectly straight, which everyone should understand that I agree, is that the singles and the 40s and the Cobras is not the atmosphere that we're looking for. This is convenience. This is considered a convenience store. There's a sandwich program. There's all these things that go along with it. Food. It's all part of that. So to sit there and classify that we're bringing in vagrants and we're bringing this and that, we feel that picking a corner that's well lit and looking at a center that possibility could and bring this back to life too, which it will. And I'm fully aware of some of the comments that somebody made about the owners of that center and this and that. There's things down the work that we're working on. So all that right now is all positive stuff. We don't want to see people coming down Avenue 80 miles an hour. And we're a firm believer by putting something like this in, slow stuff down. And we still sure don't want to sit there and impact emergency vehicles that people need it. To us, I think it's imperative they should have the right-of-way and full right-of-way to get there as quickly as possible. I believe that what we're doing is taking a corner of a piece of property that's been sit there for so many years and bringing something that would fit nicely in this community. And I still believe that. And there's been many, many projects that I look at that I turn down and say, I just don't see it. But this one here, I think it's a positive thing. So any questions, I'll be more than happy.
I do. How do you recapture gas fumes? That's my first question.
It's funny. I wish I could know the whole example because being brought up in the gasoline business and in the days it sat there and it came out the vent pipes and this and that. It's a proven fact now that all that has to be recycled back in and back into the tank. You have second and third containment systems. And many years ago they found out that by recapturing the fumes, it added to their volume of gasoline. Little as it may be, but it's a proven fact that you can't sit there in the days where you used to dump gasoline and pour your excess in the hole where you dumped at and it'd go to the top layer. And then they came with vapor recoveries, would pump it back into the, when you're dumping into the tank, it's recycling back into the truck and trailer, and then that goes back to the refinery and puts it back in the refinery and so forth and so on. So there's two recovery systems. One that all trucks have to be equipped with that. for recovering the fumes when they dump, and the system itself has to be a cyclable system within itself that recaptures the fumes and not go up in the air. So.
And how do you address the sanitation issues that were brought up, the smell and that kind of thing?
As far as the sewer, I don't think there's an issue. I would have thought that talking with, I don't believe we're on septic system. So we're not on septic. We're in sewer. Yeah, we're not. Yeah.
Excuse me, folks. No one interrupted you.
Oh, I know that we.
So
have,
let's let the speaker speak. All right.
So
Thank
I
you.
don't remember staff or any type of meeting whatsoever talking about septic system whatsoever.
And after my other question to you, I'll address that to staff. I know that the project in front of us is on the property and the address of which is in front of us. And it's not for us to tell you where to look for business at other sites that we feel, or the audience or anybody feels, might be better than the one you chose. But the question has been posed over and over about that shopping center that is vacant straight across the street. Was that an option?
Always an option that we looked at, but it was unrealistic simply because of the property, and the consensus is, and we've talked about this on other occasions, the consensus is of the majors, for some reason, they want to be south of Avenue L. Everything, even going up towards, yes, I know, Commissioner, it's ironic.
Costco's not.
For some reason, the majors have looked at that thoroughway on along Avenue L. They'd love to have south side of L. So I know that there's been some looking at 45th and L was an option that they threw. They said no, they want to be south of L. There's nothing there. They looked at 50th, nothing there at 50th because one was available, one wasn't. So so they came back down to 40th right there and looked at the south side. That wasn't available. Looking down and seeing where this might fall into place is that their studies that the majors have done, they see that south of L is their best thoroughway where they like to be as far as traffic patterns.
And then if city could respond on the sewer comment?
So as part of their application, they would be conditioned to construct an appropriately sized sewer main to connect to the existing sewer on 20th Street West.
So if they don't happen to be annexed to the Sand District, they're obliged to be.
Correct.
Otherwise, the project can't go forward. Go ahead. Anyone else?
Yes, Chairman Vos, and this is more directed at staff. We keep hearing about the speed limit, and I too realize that we've had several deaths over the past 10 years even in that area. I remember one young man who was speeding through the light and his car actually climbed the tree and his body on the pavement. So I drove past that, so unsightly scene. So having said that, and maybe I've missed it, I can't pull the PDF right now. What is the traffic pattern? Are we looking at lowering the speed limit in that particular area?
California state law actually requires us to set the speed limit at what's known as the 85th percentile. We just recently did that citywide. I think that was adopted in August. So it's really based on people's driving patterns is what we're required to set the speed limit at.
Not sure that's the answer I was looking for, but thank you.
Would you comment also, the city engineer just commented regarding the recent adoption by the city council of a monitoring system for traffic signals and traffic signal controls that are being developed citywide?
Correct. So we have an existing system in place right now that we're actually got Metro grant to upgrade. So we're upgrading all of the traffic signal controllers and fiber optic interconnect between, I think, 50-something locations in the core of the city. Some of them are being connected remotely via Wi-Fi. What that will do is allow us to time the signals better. It's also setting us up for some of the smart cities technologies moving forward. So autonomous vehicles, that types of things. We're getting the communication equipment in place and ready to do that. So another big thing about that is it will improve flow and safety of all of our major thoroughways.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Little?
No, sir, Mr.
Question? You may have a question.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Cook's question in terms of the fumes. So I wasn't clear on if you're talking about the newer tech that's being used on the trucks delivering the fuel, or what they mandated in AB 32 and others that's on the pumps going into our cars.
It's a combination of both, Commissioner, is that both of them, the trucks and it's implemented on the system itself, the system that you have to put into the ground at the unit, and the gasoline pumps.
Okay.
It's all recovery. Everything is recovery, yeah. So it's imperative that it has to be done. And that's checked thoroughly through weights and measures constantly, so. And it has to be checked periodically, and I can't remember the amount of years, but it's gotten closer and closer each time you put a system in like this now. It has to be checked and double-checked to make sure. And the system right now, if there's a leak, it shuts down. You know, if fumes begin to evaporate, the whole system checks out. So that means that if one gasoline pump has a broken nozzle, boot, some hose, whatever it may be, it shuts it down until that thing's repaired. So it's become a thing that that you have to follow suit with. So.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. I have some questions of staff. In no particular order. You did address the sanitation issue on the applicants required to, in effect, hook up to the existing sewer main, whatever that entails, whatever costs there's involved or whatever. The water supply, whomever the water purveyor is, the applicant is obliged to apply for and get a will serve letter for this particular project, right?
Correct.
Right, and this is what White Fence Farms number 1 or whatever it is, I think, right?
That is correct.
Right, okay. What about flood control? Obviously there's a low point on the east side of that, south of the intersection on the east side as well as the west side. What type of flood control, catch basins and drainage is required for this project, proposed?
So they'll be installing catch basins and connecting to the storm drain or the boxes that are just upstream or to the north of the project. They're also paying a drainage impact fee, which will cover their fair share of a future master plan of drainage that runs north-south along 20th.
So the north-south along 20th, actually, it's captured on the south side, transitions under Avenue L, and then exits into the gutter going north. There's no underground storm drain there.
Correct.
Hasn't been since forever.
Correct, but there's one planned for the future there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you talked about fair share. For instance, what's that worth on this project? Just round numbers.
I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Okay. When in the master plan for drainage for the city, how soon would you anticipate that'll happen? Or do we know?
It really depends on a lot of factors. So where we're having drainage issues, how much money we collect based on proposed developments or future developments. We look at it citywide and then program the next project for where we're going to get the best bang for our buck.
All right, thank you. It was touched on folks applying for land use changes. The city does not encourage or discourage applicants applying for any particular land use. Folks are free to apply, pay the appropriate fees, comply with the city application requirements, prepare plans and specifications, and submit them. It's a decision that the commission will make, and the city council will either sustain or overrule based on an appeal. So we don't choose the applicants choose us. We don't choose the sites, the applicants do. They make a business decision, an economic decision, whatever they choose to do is their business. How we vote is our business when we deliberate and make whatever determination we choose to make, or not, depending on the outcome of the deliberation tonight. So, proximity to existing residential development, again, is the risk the applicant takes when they're proposing this type of a development in a residential, in a historic residential area. Single sales. Can we expand on what single sales really means in our community as it applies to this case, as well as any other alcohol sales purveyor that comes before us?
So part of our alcohol ordinance, we do have a condition that says no malt beverage product shall be sold regardless of individual container size in quantities of less than 6 per sale, except in manufactured prepackaged 4-packs. So that's for all of alcohol use.
So what you're talking about is malt beverage, which is high alcohol content. People used to call it beer, but it's not. It's what's some of the brand names? I used to know them. 880. Old somebody or another, whatever it is, it's bad stuff. You will find it being sold in liquor stores around this community. Been here a long time. For my dollar, I'd like to see every one of them go out of business, but that's just me. But in this particular case, it's conditioned that none of that type of product will be sold. No fortified wine, no malt beverage, packaged 6-pack for beer, I guess, and 750 milliliter for wine, if I understand it correctly. That'd be correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. The city engineer is going to talk to us. He talked to us about traffic speeds. How about traffic accidents and how those issues are addressed by our traffic engineering
For
this project?
Yeah, for this project, what we're doing is there's an existing median on Avenue L, which we're leaving in place and not allowing the applicant to modify to allow for any lefts in. Lefts in are typically a very high-risk move, especially across the high-speed corridor. So that driveway on L will be right in, right out. There's also enough room along Avenue L there to allow for cars to accelerate and decelerate in a right-hand turn lane. So they'll have that so vehicles can get in there without being stuck out in the moving vehicular lane. Along 20th, we're conditioning the developer to actually build a raised median along their property frontage, which will limit and block off the left-hand turn moving in from there also on 20th. So that driveway becomes a right-in, right-out only. And they have the same transition lane or acceleration, deceleration lane in that location too.
So it's right in, right out for the entire proposed project?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Vic? Excuse me. We're working here, guys. You all had your chance. So let's be fair. There was comments regarding vagrancy. That's a sheriff's issue, obviously, and a owner-operator's concern. How is that addressed in our community? Who'd care to jump in on that?
It's the responsibility of the manager of the property to handle that. In fact, that's addressed in our alcohol ordinance in regards to what are called secondary effects or secondary impacts. If they do not address it, the city has the ability to cite for that. Ultimately, because of changes that the city council put in place, I think about a year or year and a half ago, if it becomes enough of a problem, the city can actually revoke their business license, and then they aren't legally allowed to operate. Ultimately, as the city council, or actually in one case the city council, the planning commission has done, you can revoke the use permit itself, which we have done on a couple of alcohol cases within the last few years.
Very good. And the city attorney's office is very active on responding to complaints, as well as the sheriff's department. I think I've hit everything. All right. Question on the environmental document. Let's see if I can find it. You touched on the bus stop requirement, I believe. So the existing bus stop will have to be relocated in conjunction with the concurrence of the transit district, right?
Correct.
At the expense of the applicant.
Correct.
Got ahead of myself on the environmental document. Let's talk about the noise issues. The standard of the existing noise study that was required, or noise study to determine the existing site conditions, right?
Correct.
And then the proposed use and how those uses might impact the adjacent land uses, neighbors basically, right? So
Yes.
can you walk us through that, please?
Sure. So a noise study was conducted on the project, and there was measurements on there's two measurements on site, and then a comparable measurement from another gasoline station that had the same amenities. In that study, it showed that the dBA of the car wash, which would be the
What's
noisiest.
dBA?
It is the decibels using an A-weighted sound pressure level. That's a dBA. It showed that
So the dBA on the street is,
the dBA on
right now, is 68 or something? Take your time.
So on West Avenue L, the dBA is 67.8.
So almost 68,
Correct.
which is related to development standards. If this project produced the noise at that level, it couldn't go forward. It has to be
Correct.
65 or less.
Yes. And then a noise study, it showed that it was 63 dBA.
And staff satisfied with that. No reason to question it.
Correct.
So the noise generators on site would be, if there's drive-through food or beverage operation, because the pad up on the northeast corner is an identified building, however, it's not an identified tenant. But the way it's configured, it looks like a drive-through with some sort of ordering from your vehicle system.
That is correct.
So how do we deal with that? Or how is it dealt with, I should say?
For the speaker of the, so we have a condition in our project here that states that the applicant would have to be below the 65 dBA, and if it would go, and we would have to have automatic volume control on those, on the speakers, so that depending on the time of day, it would either go lower or a little louder depending on the day and how loud it is.
So
So it would be a soft volume at night.
you turned your mic off.
It would be a soft volume at night compared to the day.
Depending on the ambient noise level.
Correct.
And these systems have been in existence for years, being used as a standard of practice throughout the industry.
Yes.
Am I correct that weather would affect that? The level of noise? Such as wind?
Yes, the wind would.
That's 65 dBA at the property line.
Oh, yes.
However, during a construction process, no matter where construction is going to take place, anywhere in the city, the level is generally higher for shorter periods of time. I mean, that's just the nature of construction. It could go as high as 85,
That is correct.
whether it's out at 100th Street West or 20th Street West and Avenue L,
Correct.
or 22nd and Avenue L, and some neighbor deciding they want to do some home construction. Okay. And your mandatory finding on Roman numeral 19C, you're satisfied with that, Jocelyn?
Yes. So there are mitigation measures in place to address the potentially significant impacts to human beings associated with the project.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? Comments, questions?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just appreciate the fact that, Chairman, you brought up the fact that we really don't ask the projects to come before the Planning Commission. They're presented to us. One of the speakers did mention we should be working actively on trying to find new business for the north end of that corner. Well, that's not really the role of the Planning Commission. It's not. We don't actively go out as a Planning Commission and try to bring business into the city. We strictly consider projects that are brought before us. So while I do have a concern that I brought up earlier about the fact that northeast center is pretty vacant, and I understand there may be people hanging around there and undesirables and things like that, really the project that's being brought before us is on the southeast corner, and one has nothing to do with the other as far as the applicant is concerned. So thank you for bringing that up.
All right, anything else from anyone? So without objection, we'll close the public hearing and consider a motion.
I move that we adopt Resolution 17-34, recommending to the City Council approval of General Plan Amendment Number 1701 and Zone Change Number 1701.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Anything further from members? You ready to vote? Please vote.
Motion passes 4-2. General plan amendment and zone change will be scheduled for hearing in front of the city council at an appropriate date.
So that could be either in January or February, depending on their agenda requirements.
Correct.
It'll be properly noticed?
Yes. In
All right.
fact, the same noticing that was sent out for
Beg
this.
your pardon?
Same noticing that was provided for this hearing.
All right, very good. Thank you. And thank you all for your comments and input tonight. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Oh, excuse me. I'm not going to take a... Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the second resolution. Sorry. Right?
Yes. I only moved for the first part.
I thought I picked them both up. Go ahead.
I'll move, we adopt resolution number 17-35, approving conditional use permit number 17-11. The approval of conditional use permit number 17-11 is not valid until the effective date. General plan amendment.
Excuse me, folks. We're still in session. Thank you.
Number 17-01 and zone change number 17-01.
Thank you.
Second.
My mistake. I'm sorry. Missed that. All right. Anything further? Please vote.
Correct vote.
So the vote on the conditional use permit, the general plan amendment, and the zone change fails on a split vote of 3-3. So I'm obliged to ask for reconsideration. Anyone care to offer a motion to reconsider? The yeses may, or the noes may. Anyone? So the action fails on the adoption of Resolution 1735, approving the conditional use permit, 1711, and the approval of the conditional use permit is not valid in this case. That action can be appealed, obviously, by the applicant or anyone else. Interesting evening, isn't it, folks?
Okay, so to recap, to clarify.
Yes.
Planning Commission voted 4-2 to recommend approval of the general plan amendment and zone change on the property.
Allowing commercial uses.
Allowing commercial use.
General
That will
commercial
go in-
uses.
Yes, that will go in front of the city council. It will be scheduled for a hearing. The motion to approve the conditional use permit, the actual approval of the development proposed on the site, fails on a 3-3 vote. That would have to be appealed and heard by the city council, or you conceivably could have an approval of a general plan amendment and a zone change, rezoning the property, but not an approval of the
use.
So I want to be, that's a little odd, but that's essentially the action.
Well, if I'd have been paying closer attention, I'd have picked up on both action items, but I didn't. Thanks, Vice Chair Hall, for straightening me out. All right. So that's one you can put in your diary, folks. It doesn't happen very often, that's for sure. And we're going to take a 5-minute break.
What an experience. Gas station.
horse. You have the horse. Yeah, you need the right ratio to speak. How come you didn't get up there and speak? What are you going to say about that? Vagrancy? There's a lot of people who live in storage units. Did you guys know that? Yeah. Yes. Did you write out a yellow card? You need to write out a yellow card if you want to be heard. It's nice to be on the west side. We had that experience. And you just write some Anyways, we got lucky that it got denied. So now the developer has to appeal it, right? Is that what has to happen?
Then at 7:30 p.m. The next item is item number 4. This is a new public hearing, so without objection, the public hearing is open on General Plan Amendment number 1702, Zone Change 1702, and Conditional Use Permit 1712. The applicant, well, there's a little confusion on that. I'm trying to clarify. The agenda says John and Brandon Calandri, and it also says Calandri Properties, but our other information calls out a different name. On our known individuals, it called out Positano Investments LLC, John Calandri. So whom is the applicant, or who is the applicant? I don't know if it's a whom or a who.
May I?
You may.
Mr. Chairman.
You're Jeff Little, but you're not.
No,
John
I'm here.
And Brandon Calandri, and you're not either one of them.
They're good looking and young, but I'm a lot older than they. We would like to postpone this to a future date, sir, if possible. Obviously, there's to make any type of corrections that need to be made. But yeah, there's some things that need to be addressed. And
who's the applicant, first of all?
Calandri Properties LLC.
Calandri Properties LLC.
That is what I believe, yes.
Not Positano Investments.
I have nothing, I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
Mister.
All right.
Why doesn't he want to pull it? I'm ready to go forward.
Well, I guess you didn't hear what he said? Why they want to continue it?
Yeah. I don't know if I understood.
Well, go ahead. Say it again, please.
I just believe, to make it correct, I believe that the younger Mr. Calandri should not be on this particular application. And I don't know if it is or not, but I was under the understanding that it's Calandri Properties LLC. So we'd like to postpone this to a future date if possible and make the corrections, if any.
And why do you want to postpone it?
Well, because I believe that's the right thing to do at this time, sir.
Is that the only change?
Pardon me?
Is that the only change, is the applicant?
Believe so, that I know of, yeah.
Okay. Well, we will ask my colleagues then what they'd like to do. But meanwhile, the public hearing is open. It's been properly advertised. The location has been advertised. If there's a confusion in the names of the applicant, it's all related to the Calandri family, one way or another, if I understand it correctly. You have how many speaker cards here tonight?
Nine.
So here we are at 7:34 p.m. 9 folks have decided they didn't want supper and came down to visit with us. We've opened the public hearing. We've heard the request. So I will poll my colleagues. You want to continue the public hearing, listen to the folks, or do you want to continue it?
I think Jeff wants to say something.
Excuse me, we're chatting here.
I would like to continue.
I want to go, keep going.
Keep going. The people that came.
If they're willing.
Keep going?
If we've got clear information on who the applicants are, I'm okay with it.
All right. So, it's our consensus to continue the public hearing, or not continue it, to have the public hearing tonight, since we've all gone to the trouble and expense. And whether the applicant cares to make a case, that's entirely up to them, but the public will have an opportunity to speak. So, the public hearing is open. The applicant is to adopt Resolution 1736, which is recommending the City Council approving the General Plan Amendment 1702 and the Zone Change 1702. Adopt Resolution 1737, approving conditional use permit 1712, and the approval of the condition, and that's what's before us tonight. Mr. Mercer.
I guess there's, with clarification of if it's Calandri LLC, I need to step out.
You need to recuse?
Recuse.
Okay. Okay. Just to be safe, right? All right. Did you, Mr. Mercy? I need to have him say why he needs to recuse. Why? Please state for the record, if you don't mind, why you need to recuse.
Sure. I need to recuse due to a professional relationship conflict.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So, staff report, since we have 11 speakers, or 9 speakers, whatever it is. 11, now we're at 11, okay.
Good evening, Chair Vos and Commissioners. I have before you tonight General Plan Amendment 17-02, Zone Change 17-02, and Conditional Use Permit 17-12. The applicant is requesting to amend General Plan land use designation for the subject property from non-urban residential to commercial, rezone from RR1 to commercial, and to construct a 2-story, 93,064 square foot mini storage facility. The project is located at the southeast corner of Avenue L and 22nd Street West. Looking at the site plan with landscaping and walkways, this would set the building back 69 feet from its closest point to the eastern property line and 42 feet from the southern property line. There would be 10 feet of landscaping adjacent to the southern and eastern property lines. The applicant would be adding pavement, curb, gutter, sidewalk, and landscape parkways on both 22nd Street West and Avenue L. Where applicable, streetlights will be required on both streets, and on Avenue L, they will be required to install a bus bench and trash receptacle for a bus stop. The facility would be open daily from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The primary retail pedestrian entrance would be on the east side of the north face of the building facing Avenue L. New customers or customers wishing to purchase supplies from the business would primarily use this entrance. The entrance for customers accessing a storage unit without any need of retail services would be located on the east face of the building near its halfway point. There are other utility access and exit doors on the building, though none on the south side. 3 different colors and textures of CMU block wall are used in the construction of the building, and the corners have additional plaster facades to frame the entrance and reduce the visual bulk of the building. The trash receptacle for the site is housed inside of the building, thus eliminating any potential nuisance that may have resulted in the receptacles if they were placed next to the perimeter wall. Outdoor lighting is directed into the project site through the use of shields and cutoff fixtures. Only signage facing Avenue L will be allowed to be illuminated. The parcel is on the northern border of roughly 4 square miles of contiguous land that is designated non-urban residential, bounded by Avenue L to the north, 40th and 45th Streets to the west, Antelope Valley to the east, and Avenues M and N to the south. Approximately 1.5 square miles within this area are vacant and available for development of single-family homes. The change in designation of the subject parcel from residential to commercial therefore has virtually no impact on home site availability within the immediate rural residential area, and none on overall availability citywide. Available land for non-urban residential development remains essentially unchanged. If the parcel remained residential, it could be subdivided into a maximum of 2 lots and developed with a maximum of 1 single-family home plus 1 accessory dwelling unit per lot. Given the context of the project site, the change in designation from rural residential to commercial is not incompatible with existing land use patterns or the character of the surrounding area. Uses immediately adjacent to the project site are exclusively residential, but large commercial sites are nearby. The nearest non-residential use from the project site are water tanks for the local water purveyor, which are located approximately 135 feet east of the project site, and a church has been approved immediately east of the tanks. 1/4 mile east of the project site is an approximately 7-acre commercial shopping center located at the northeast corner of Avenue L and 20th Street West. 1/2 mile west of the project site is a larger shopping center located at the northeast corner of 30th Street West and Avenue L. The property on the south side of Avenue L between 30th Street West and 32nd Street West is zoned office professional with additional commercially zoned property on the west side of 32nd Street West. South of the project site is a large area of primary, rural, and semi-rural single-family houses. However, the immediate surroundings of the site are not rural in character. Avenue L is a major arterial. Houses to the north are developed at a standard suburban density, and large commercial centers are nearby on Avenue L. Also, the proposed building would be sited at the intersection of a major arterial and a local street, which is appropriate for a commercial use. The proposed project is compatible in terms of the use and aesthetics with adjacent residential properties. The proposed use is a very low-intensity commercial use. Though the auto chips generated from the project would be much higher than two single-family homes, the bulk of this activity will take place from Avenue L and will not affect properties to the south. Local streets south of the project site are unimproved or just partially improved and not convenient for through traffic. The storage units are fully enclosed, so the bulk of activity will take place indoors. Loading or unloading of vehicles would naturally take place outside, however, only between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The nature of the business is such that loading and unloading of materials will not be daily occurrence for most patrons after the initial move-in. Lighting is designed again to not spill onto neighboring properties, and no illuminated signage will face residential areas, and again the trash enclosure is located inside the building. So nuisances resulting from normal business operations should be very limited. The majority of self-storage facilities found in Lancaster are currently located near the urban core northeast of the project site. The establishment of a storage facility closer to the southern edge of the city may be useful to residents and reflects a logical distribution of land uses. The proposed project meets all requirements of the requested C-zone, and the general plan amendment should not result in development or activity incompatible with the rural-urban interface context of the site, and will not undermine any goals, objectives, policies, or specific actions of the general plan. Staff believes that the proposed project is an appropriate use for the following reasons. The location is appropriate for the type of commercial development being proposed. The building exhibits 360-degree architecture and relates well to its surroundings. The low-intensity use, quality of the site design, sensitivity to surrounding uses, and effective use of landscaping should provide compatibility with adjacent residences. Mitigation measures controlling construction noise and dust are included in the conditions of approval and should effectively control potential nuisances associated with construction. The infrastructure improvements will beautify and enhance the utility of the intersection. Therefore, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt Resolution Number 17-36, recommending to the City Council approval of General Plan Amendment Number 17-02 and Zone Change Number 17-02, and adopt Resolution Number 17-37, approving Conditional Use Permit Number 17-12. That concludes staff presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you.
I had a question. I heard today for the first time ever that these storage units attract homeless people because it's a safe and cheap place for them to store their stuff, and like a base of operation, in the morning, pick up what they need, drop it off in the evening, pick up their bed at night. Have you heard anything like that, or is that was just something that was...
I am not aware of that. I haven't heard of that issue before, no.
It's was over near 10th West and L on the southeast corner. There's a storage unit in there, and the people that operate the business there where that restaurant row is and stuff on L told me about it today, that there's homeless that are congregating around there because of it. Is it something we should be looking at in the future to make sure that that isn't happening? I mean, homeless is a big issue right now.
We can have another conversation with the public safety director, but we did not hear any of those kind of issues come up.
My other question would be, what would control the ingress and egress of that facility? How would the operator of that facility keep somebody from setting up camp in one of the storage units?
Again, it's all going to be about on-site management. So we can ask the applicant for sure, but I think there's going to be security provided there as well. So we can ask them exactly about that, but that's usually done by on-site management.
And it's not open 24 hours a day?
It is not, only 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
That's all.
Thank you. Interesting information.
It's totally out of the blue for me. I had no idea.
Okay. Anyone else? Nope. All right. May we hear from the applicant if they care to offer anything? Mr. Little, welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. We pretty much agree with staff's recommendations on everything. In regards to Vice Chairman Hall's, I've never heard that, and I've been involved with a lot of developing of storage units. If anything, they're real secure. There'll be security on this cameras and on-site management, so, and that's the key factor. I think the reason why when people want to put their stuff into storage, they want to make sure it's secure. That's the main thing. So west side, I know that there's been places near the freeway that I've driven by that have popped up tents in gully areas next to storage units. But that's the first I've heard that homeless people are renting places because it's cheap and staying in there. That's I deal with a lot of owners of used storage places, and I've never ever seen or heard that type of complaint. Number one, it's an expense, and usually homeless people can't even want to do that. And a lot of them don't want to be indoors.
My concern is to prevent it, not that we haven't heard of it. I just want to make sure that if it is an issue.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the whole reason why you have on-site management and cameras. Because number one, the camera systems alone have to be elaborate because people want to make sure that their stuff is protected. Being indoors the way this is and secure, you have to have security to come in, and to make sure that management on site is curtailing that. So I find with a lot of these units that have been built, there's agreeances that people can check whenever they need to check through their management system. And I know that for a fact, some of these people, whether they have on-site, a live-in, areas or not, and either one can be done, is that they secure them pretty darn good. So
Yeah, that was my question about the securing. I mean, would they even have access to get into the?
it's tough, yeah, unless.
And my other question is, I know some storage facilities have like key card access for people who are renting a space. This will not have that. This is open 7 a.m., closed 7 p.m.,
That
and
is
no one
correct.
has access.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
They will not have access after that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can, if you're renting one of those spaces, I'm not clear, can you just go in and out at any time, or do you have to go to the office to go in?
You have to go with management and check in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Here we have speakers, please.
Donna Jaguar.
Hello again.
Mr. Gare, you're up first again.
What do you know?
Welcome.
If I may, thank you. If I could take a moment to quickly address what you just said about the homeless. Many years ago, we took in a homeless veteran who was a friend of a person across the street from us. They were living out, on Sierra Highway, and we ended up meeting them because he had a severe infection, and we ended up taking him into our house. He actually had a storage facility, and he used to like it because he could just pop over, get what he needed, and, so, yeah, it is a fact. Granted, it was in Palmdale, not Lancaster, but I'm sure the same thing is happening here. Thank you for letting me address that little part of it. But he did live with us for 10 years until he started finally getting VA benefits. So, with regards to this facility,
Sydney.
they don't actually have to check in. You know what I mean? Our club has a facility that we store our Labrador Retriever stuff at. And we don't check in when we go. We just go and enter the keypad information, and away we go. There is no checking in with management. Second of all, a two-story building of this site on a road that's as busy as that is, it's going to take no time at all for these U-Hauls and everything else that they're hauling heavy furniture in to start traipsing down 22nd Street. Well, the majority of 22nd Street is dirt. It also, last I checked, and according to the information on all of our home documents when we bought our home in 2014, that's still a private road. The city does not maintain it. Even those of us that were required, or prior builders were required to put in pavement in some sections of it, those have all degraded because the city doesn't maintain it. Now, if we start throwing a bunch of U-Hauls and large heavy vehicles, one, it increases the traffic past there, which will increase the dust, increase the noise, increase the breakdown of those of us that actually do have blacktop, which is few and far between. And there's been no mitigation on that, none whatsoever. So I guess since it's still a private road, we could probably put a gate up and say nobody can come through. Technically, I guess. But we live in the Cal Water zone. We are already penalized because of living in Cal Water. People don't want to buy homes as soon as they find out it's Cal Water. So we're already fighting that battle. Now we're going to put a two-story, 93,000 square foot, where instead of looking down and seeing beautiful Joshua trees, that there are 6 beautiful ones on that lot, I'm going to get to see this big, giant building. If I, in 2014, had come across a building like that, even though I absolutely love that home, I'd have walked away. There is no way I'd have bought that home. L Street, as we've already heard, the traffic flies down that. I can just see wreck after wreck of people turning nice and slowly with their U-Haul getting broadsided. That is just nowhere, across the freeway, there is a little mini storage. Granted, it's tiny, but there's 2 commercial lots that are huge for sale that is more appropriately used for. And it should be over there. One of the lots is across from Costco, one is on the corner of 15th and L. You want to build that building, build it there. The only reason why they don't is this. It's cheap to buy a $60,000 private urban residential lot and then turn around and get a change in zoning. And it shouldn't be that way. It just shouldn't. I urge you, please vote no on this.
Thank you for your comments. And next speaker, please.
Don Larson.
Nope. All right.
Gary Wagner.
Mr. Wagner.
First of all, I'd like to say happy holidays to everybody. The place gets really intense. My concerns are all pretty much about traffic.
It's not that intense.
Well, it is for
some people.
Simple-minded folk.
Well, I fit into that category, certainly.
I think the majority of my concerns, and I've lived upwards of 30 years on 22nd Street, and, you know, we all moved out there for the obvious reason that we wanted property that we could have distance between our neighbors, and we still have that. But I am concerned about the Avenue L Speedway, as I like to call it. I find that if I don't get up at 5:30 in the morning and get out onto Avenue L, you know, before 7 o'clock, I'm stuck at the end of my street for, you know, sometimes 10, 15 minutes waiting for the traffic to clear because they're just zooming down that street. I think I heard earlier from Jeff that, or somebody said that they were going to put a light in. I think that's a great idea if this thing goes through. I don't see how people are going to get into the storage unit if they're heading westbound on Avenue L. Are they going to turn onto 22nd Street and drive halfway down the street and then pull in one of my neighbor's driveways and back out and then go back out to the street and then go into the entrance? Are they going to make a right turn into the neighborhood that's across the street, do the same thing? And if there's going to be a light, I think that's a good thing. There needs to be an arrow for making a left-hand turn because people are going to need to, you know, do a U-turn if they're going to try to get into this place. I also have sent an email several years ago to the city when we have these torrential rainstorms that we quite often get here in the valley. Of course, we haven't had them in a while, but the end of that street there, when the developer they developed those lots that are down the south side of 22nd. They subdivided some of them into half-acre lots. City made them put in the asphalt, but the drainage at the end of the street has never been any good. And I've literally seen kids in rainstorms that are walking to the bus stop have to basically go out into the fast lane and walk around the water that sets there because it completely goes off. It blocks completely the slow lane there, if you'll call it the slow lane. And so they have to actually kind of take their life in their hands and walk out around that water. So I'm just hoping that when and if this does go down, they address those drainage issues also. So traffic is a big one, and drainage is my other one. And if 22nd is a private road, who's going to maintain their curb, gutter, and sidewalk that they wrap around onto 22nd? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker, please.
Yes, Paul Buckley.
Mr. Buckley, welcome back.
Yeah, like a bad penny. I live on 22nd Street West in L4. Since I moved in there, I've seen traffic coming down 22nd Street West at 40, 50, 60 miles per hour because it's a fast cut through to avoid 20th, which is backed up. The operation of that proposed site will increase traffic. We will have moving vans and stuff coming down there. I maintain my own road and have for years. In answer to Gary's thing on the water, I have taken my personal tractor down there and moved mud just to get the water off the street so people going to the bus stop didn't get soaked. You know, who's going to maintain my road and maintain my the dust and everything if you put that in? It's just going to be a problem to everybody that lives there. It doesn't belong in an urban area. It's not the highest and best use for real estate, which is California real estate law. All real estate is supposed to be used for its highest and best use. And a commercial development like that is just going to add a lot of traffic and a lot of noise to the neighborhood. And there will be people coming all the time, parked along 22nd Street in front of people's houses waiting to get in there, because there is always somebody moving in and moving out. That is just a fact of life. It would be better suited at a different location, and that would be better suited to be residential or, you know, apartments or whatever, but not for a storage facility. I think my property values are going to suffer. I don't know if there's been an appraisal done on the land before they bought it or appraisal after it, and I don't know. I haven't seen where a bank has estimated how much the land is worth or what it will be worth if it's developed. And what, you know, what is the purpose of developing that into a mini storage is beyond me when it's an onion farmer that's bought the property and wants to put a mini storage in. There are other places that are suited better for that. I think that should stay RR1, and houses should be put in and keep that residential and not degrade the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Debbie Pimental.
Say the last name again, please.
I think it's Pimental or Pimental.
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 I missed it.
Good evening and welcome.
Hi, good evening. I actually live at 23rd and L4, going on 39 years, and I just think aesthetically this doesn't blend with our land use where we are. And I think the person that lives next to the water tank, that would be between the water tank and this, would really be up in arms. His property value is going to be worthless. How would you like living between a two-story and then the big old water tanks next to you? I just think it's ugly. It's going to be nasty looking. It just doesn't improve our values there. I think it's going to really decrease our values. As someone said earlier, being in Cal Water District has demolished our water value as it is, and then they have something ugly and obtrusive like that. And with the traffic, my husband and I call Avenue L the freeway. But, and today at 3 o'clock, there was an accident at 20th and L. Car upside down, another one rammed into it. It was nasty. I passed it just after it happened. We do have horrible traffic along there, and I just think that would not be beneficial to our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Bruce Hailstone.
Welcome back, Mr. Hailstone.
Hello, Chairman Vos and Commissioners. Bruce B. Hailstone. I'm a resident at 42822 Sunny Lane, which lies between 21st and 22nd Street West. And the proposal that is being discussed today is appalling. We created the peripheral loop of Avenue L that was supposed to get traffic high speed from the east side to the west side to the freeway. And the more commercial development you put along Avenue L, the more that peripheral loop is going to be slowed to slow. Right now, the traffic is a bit fast. The city should be looking at solutions to slow it down a bit, but it was intended to be a high-speed corridor to get from the freeway to both the east and the west side of town. This particular development, that Avenue L, by the way, has been an unspoken line between the city and rural living. And by passing the issue earlier, that corner should still remain rural. That is a line that my prior owner, prior to selling that property, had come to City Hall multiple times during his 12 years of ownership and was denied time and again for any use other than residential. And now this commission is sitting here approving commercial use. I question the consistency, and we don't need commercial development south of Avenue L. There is too much rural life that currently exists, and we that live north of Avenue L do not want the additional development creating additional traffic. We think we have problems now with the accidents that are occurring out there. This is going to do nothing but increase accident activity. I, too, saw the accident that occurred about 3 o'clock this afternoon on my way back to my office. And it's horrendous. We don't need additional commercial traffic being plugged into the south side of Avenue L. If you were living in one of those homes, do you want your rural life interrupted by a city who's flipping and changing what is rural residential, that's minimum 1 acre size lot residential, to commercial use? That's blasphemy. I'm sorry. It is just wrong. And Randy, I am disappointed in your vote. Thank you.
Your speech was good, though, Bruce. I'd give it. We were in Toastmasters together.
Well, one thing about Toastmasters is you typically don't yell, but that's how Bruce projects. That's just his nature. So to make a point, you just speak louder, and it hurts my ears even though I wear a hearing aid, but that's another reason. Next speaker, please.
Lorraine Schaum.
Who was it?
Lorraine Schaum. She spoke at
She must have left. She was sitting right there, I think. Right in the front row previously.
I think she had to leave.
Yeah.
Richard Groves.
Mr. Groves is here. Yeah, he's in back. Mr. Hailstone's neighbor, right?
Well, as Robert. Can you bring up the photo of the original desert plot with the big box of where this thing is supposed to go? So Sunny Lane is just to the right of that box. No, actually straight across from the right-hand corner of it. See where that cul-de-sac is? Robert lives on the corner house. I'm the second one in. I used to own the third one in. It was a rental, and I sold it last year to a new neighbor. And then the fourth one in you can't see is Bruce's home. Not that it pertains to anything, but I've lived there for 30 years. I bought my first house there in '87. One of the things I've always enjoyed is when I'm out front in the front yard driveway, not from my picture window, but if I'm outside, I can always look to the south and see the beautiful Sierra Pelona Ridge day after day after day. So now all of a sudden, they come in with this plan to put up a two-story storage unit. Look at all the houses around there. That little house right to the right of it on that big lot, that custom home, you're telling me the city's going to let that guy get sandwiched in between the water tanks? Now, somebody said, oh, the water tanks they've been there forever. I bought my house in '87. The water tanks were already there. They might have added one or two. But that guy built a custom home there, dropped in value, people walked away. Somebody lives there now. I don't know if they're here tonight. I actually thought about buying that property at one time because I thought it would be such a great deal with the decline in value of properties. I think it sold for $250,000 if you look at tax assessor records. But are you telling me you think we can accept, that neighbor can accept? He's got water tanks to the right of him. He lives with that. Can't change that. But do we really want to do this to the people of White Fence Farms? Look at all those homes going down 22nd West right there. Those people, as well as us, from my front yard, that means every day I'm going to look at this, not a single-story storage unit. This is the first I've heard of a double-decker. So, as far as I'm concerned, I guess my view of the mountainside is toast. Is that what we're getting at here with people? I mean, that's not the most critical thing. I just think when you look at that picture and you look at all the storage facilities throughout the Antelope Valley that we already have, is it even really needed? The desire. I mean, are other storage facilities maxed out in this valley where you can't rent a space, that we have to put one there? I know my time's up. Oh, no, not yet. But all I can tell you is from my front yard, I've lived here 30 years. I'm going to be looking at that every day. And somebody else mentioned property values, right?
Thank you. Your
What are
time's
you looking at?
expired.
30% drop in property values?
Thank you. Your time's expired.
Okay, hey, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hope you heard me.
Another speaker?
Yes, Brian Glidden.
Mr. Glidden.
Good evening, Chairman Vose, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioners, and City staff. I appreciate the opportunity to come up and talk. I wasn't expecting to talk to you this evening, but I've been in the Valley for about 30 years, and about 9 days ago, I moved on to 22nd Street West to enjoy rural living, not knowing that we might have some commercial development on our road. It's mentioned about increased traffic. Obviously, when people look at their car navigation and when it gives them a route to go, they're going to be driving off both ends of 22nd to potentially get there. I'm fortunate to have some pavement in front of my house, but it's extremely narrow. And if you park a car out near the street, you're really kind of pushing it so that people almost have to drive into the opposing shoulder. I think that the increased traffic and the dust that will be created will not fend well for the rural living out there. I also think that there'll be a lot more noise. I have horses in the lot right behind me. I don't know, it's very rural. And then I really just, I think it's something that I urge the Planning Commission to look at seriously, that all of this is rural residential, that whole mile. I don't think it's consistent with the zoning and land use or what anybody in that neck of the woods would be looking to have as a neighbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Glidden. Another speaker, please.
Yes, Cody Blanco.
Mr. Bronco, is it?
Yes.
Welcome.
Good evening. I just bought the house with the S-shaped rock formation. I actually moved in 2 days. When we were purchasing the house, my wife asked about that lot of land, and I promised her that it was residential, according to Zillow. And now we're about to move in 2 days, and now we got to deal with this. So it's quite a surprise. I'm opposed to it. I hope you are as well. And they said it was not going to impact us as well. But the traffic flow from L heading westbound, now they're going to turn left into the storage facility, or they're going to use 22nd, like the other person said, and most likely my property, to turn around and get back up to there. So not a whole lot else. I'm opposed to it, and hopefully you are as well.
Thank you for your comments. Another speaker?
Yes, final one I have, Smiley. Smiley, that's what's on the card.
Miley?
There's two of us, and so Kimberly and Nathaniel.
Excuse me, we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, it's
Yep.
two of us, and so I just wrote Smiley. It would be Kimberly and Nathaniel.
Ah, well, welcome.
And how you guys doing? The corner house right there, that would be our house. We live right on the corner. We already have problems with people camping out on the corner. Someone have ran into our wall 2 times. Right now, we battling with the city to get it fixed. And so to open our front door and all we see is a storage is a lot. And I've been there 31 years. So it's a lot to open your door. I have a child care. I already have rude people, bums and everything, and I know they bums because I actually go out and talk to them. And they're homeless people, and they migrate everywhere because they don't have anywhere to go at night. So because we own 2 acres and the lot is dark on the corner, they sleep right out there on the corner. So I kind of don't want a storage there. Well, I really don't want a storage there because I just feel that it'll be more people coming to the neighborhood. And I'm comfortable without opening the door and seeing the lot, but now when I open the door, I'm gonna see a 2-story storage.
We've had four cases of vandalism. I bought the house.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh, yeah. We've had 4 cases of vandalism, okay, since 2016, since I did a lease option. Woke up one morning, there was paint from my driveway all the way up to my front porch. I've had people kicked in my door, drove into the wall. I've had graffiti wrote on the inside of the wall. I can't read graffiti. I don't know what it says. I don't know what it's about, but it was wrote
I
inside.
don't know what it says either.
Yeah. And every day when I pull up, matter of fact, the other day when I pulled up, I just got in town, I pulled back, and the guy, when I pull up, I kind of put my lights on people. If you look at that one, they don't relate that house right there to that vacant lot. So they pull there and have lunch daily. They bite it, and then they just throw the bags out. So every day I'm policing the area. I got to pick up soda pops. I got to pick up cups. I got to pick up bags, you know. So when they put this storage there, that's just going to
You mentioned you have a live-work operation there. You live there, and you also have a business you run there?
Child care.
Child care. Yeah. So it's you know, and when you people actually, one guy actually wanted to confront me. You know, I'm like, you know, why are you parked in front of, you know, you parked, this is my property. But they don't relate that property is a part of that house, you know. So, you know, I just think it's going to bring about more, you know, more problems than it is good, to be honest with you.
All right.
Thank
You have more time?
No, we're okay.
All right.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your comments. That was the last speaker?
That's the last card that I have, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, thank you. So would the applicant care to respond to any of this or not?
I'll make it quick, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commission. I honestly believe that Avenue L being a peripheral loop is not built for speed, as stated here earlier. It's not built for speed. You know, that's not what we're all about. We're being confronted with things along Avenue L that probably should slow things down. Some development processes slow things down. I don't believe that building homes on the frontage of Avenue L is going to, and there was a statement made 60, 70, 80 miles an hour is safe. You know, so I believe that the more that we can add to that corridor will help mitigate some of the traffic speed. Obviously, we're confronted with the city as far as things being changed as far as traffic speeds and this and that and everything else. And I hear in certain areas they're increasing certain stuff, but this is going to be a project that will obviously, I believe, you know, there's a lot of projects that we're looking at now on home builders that are looking for the proximity of storage places. The closer they are, the easier for homeowners to, they don't want to go to 4 miles away to store their vehicles. I mean, or product or whatever they may have as extra items. They want something that's in proximity of their neighborhoods. And I think that's what I'm answering here. So I think that's something that we're not going to be increasing the speed along. As far as 22nd, what I understand is that corner will be maintained, okay, and it will be maintained all the way down to the end of this project right here. So, and I think that's been a requirement set in by the city. So, I'm open for any
Do we have
questions.
the site, can you put up the site plan, Brian, please?
I'm actually not sure that it's on here. I think the only thing there is that and the elevations.
The traffic signal was never discussed. I don't know that, I've never mentioned a traffic signal.
Well,
Yeah.
that may be one of my questions.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
we have the site plan on our electronic devices. But for the sake of the discussion, I had some questions, but bear with me. Now, I can confirm this with the city engineer, and I will, but you touched on, somebody mentioned a light. I'm assuming that's a terminology for traffic signal. There's nothing in the conditions I saw that requires the installation of a traffic signal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Good. No commitment has been made to anybody to install a traffic signal on that intersection, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Just to clarify the operation of this is a 7 day a week, 12-hour a day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., secure facility. There's always somebody on duty during those hours of operation. All the activities are conducted inside the building. There's no exterior storage allowed under the permit that's being pursued.
Yes, sir.
There's no vehicle storage, there's no nothing outside other than parking for the folks who access and then leave,
Yes, sir.
right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Just to be clear. Somebody mentioned it's ugly.
I don't think it's ugly. I have one near mine, and actually, it's actually quite nice. I mean, I'm not, so.
Excuse me, folks.
So I mean.
Everybody got their chance.
It's, they aesthetically set standards, the city sets standards for these facilities, and what they've done has been impeccable as far as their, what the city's standards would be, and what they don't want this to be an eyesore. They've done a great job in doing so. So there's,
Well, it meets our commercial standards with the exterior treatments, the different colors of block, the cornices, all of it. Right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it just does. Some could view any structure as being ugly, I suppose, and prefer nothing to be developed anywhere. What about somebody mentioned the 5 Joshua trees on site. Will they be included in the landscape program on this project?
I would either that or they have to be mitigated, like they always have. So I'm sure that if a Joshua tree is in that set of a unit, I would imagine that they all have to be mitigated under the city's direction.
You touched on the need for the project. Dust and noise.
Dust and noise? Well, I believe, I don't know where the prominent noise would come from, since, it's done during business hours pretty much. And I don't believe that you're allowed to build and construct and inside your units. It's all, that stuff has to be done. So if somebody has power tools or this and that, they're going to build something and take it home, that can't be done. That's part of a no-no. As far as aesthetically being secure, it's going to be done within the confines of the unit. So that mitigates noise and stuff like that. So I find that on a lot of these projects, and looking at a lot of projects that we've done, is that these projects are secure. They don't distribute the noise and this and that. They're a quiet facility. They add, to the area. And I do believe that people don't want to go long distances to store their facilities or whatever excess they have. They want something closer. And I know that there is a need because a lot of these facilities are operating at good capacity, and so whether it's a turnover or short-term, long-term, it's there. Again, I've never heard the bit as far as homelessness, storing or staying in facilities, or possibility of that. That's a total no-no, obviously. I'm assuming that looking at that, there's been concerns about things like that. I don't see that. So.
Well, a comparison of, as Vice Chair Hall pointed out, if I understood the comment correctly, the facility that they're talking about is a facility that has key card access as opposed to limited access. This particular proposal is only available during business hours. There is no off-hour access.
That's correct. That's correct.
Right?
That is correct. Yeah.
So there's no magic way anybody can fly in there.
Fly in there? No. And if you have security that's going to maintain as far as camera system, it's not allowed. It's going to be policed. It has to be. If you're going to build a unit that's going to stay by these hours and management only, then you have to stick to those rules. You can't sit there and say at 7:15, I was only in there from 7 to 7:15. That's a no, you can't do that. So you have to be on site at that time. If anybody's there lagging on, then that person has to be, addressed and dismissed off the, it's just the way it is. It has to go with the ownership of the units. It's important that's it.
All right, thank you. Anything else from anyone?
That was the same question I had asked early on was, I know one of the speakers had a concern and said, I believe the first speaker, about the friend who had lived with you and went in and out of the storage facility. And in this case, they're unable to do that without a key card.
The other place that he had was the same way. They had hours that were from 7 to...
Right, and the city does hold them to their conditions. I mean, the city of Lancaster definitely, if they were to, go away from the conditions that we've put upon them, I mean, that's...
They have to conform to the
They have to conform to the conditions.
Otherwise, it's a violation of CUP, and we pull their ticket, and they're out of business. And I doubt somebody is going to invest $3.5–4 million in a facility.
Another thing is the loitering. I guess I can't wrap my head around the loitering. I know that the people who own the house, they sit on the corner, currently have the people kind of living in the field and things like that. And I can't see how putting this in would increase loitering. I don't know that this would attract. Maybe I'm missing a point somewhere, but I don't know how this would attract more homeless people to be out around a secured building. I can't wrap my head around that.
We find here recently, Commissioner Smith, is that camera systems is a huge deterrent. And we have seen here just recently, and I can't really get into it, but it's some stuff that I saw recently at some prominent businesses that people saw the cameras and completely walk in a different direction. It's a deterrent. We don't see it so much on this area, but in a high area, freeway area where there's a lot of businesses and stuff, we see a lot of cameras deter. And when you have a enclosed section with cameras on site, kept clean, and quiet, it's protected pretty good, and that's the whole purpose. So I disagree. I think we need to slow traffic down, and I think things that that can deter that traffic slowing things, traffic, whatever it may be. But I don't believe that the Avenue L peripheral loop considered was supposed to be get to the freeway as fast as you can. I don't believe that. I think that's not right. I don't think that's right. And I think like the similar project, some things happen to mitigate and slowing things down.
So I do have a question, and I'd like to pose it to city staff. So I'd like to preface it by first saying that just for your situational awareness, the public, we are very tough on our city staff. We have an incredible city staff, and they do due diligence in every project that's put before us. So having said that, I know that there is no way that the city has put before us a project in which would use a private road as a thoroughfare intentionally. So I'd like to pose the question to city staff.
Right, the applicant is conditioned to dedicate that roadway on 22nd, and that would be improved, and the city would maintain that portion.
All right, thank you.
That portion,
the whole street or just that?
Excuse me, folks. You had your chance. Everybody gets an opportunity, but we don't interrupt us, and we don't interrupt the speaker, whoever that may be. Let's be fair out here. Excuse me. Let me speak up. Don't interrupt. Thank you.
That would include the portion to the southern boundary of the property on 22nd Street West.
And a transition, no doubt. Some form.
Yes, that's correct.
So earlier, Mr. Ani, they brought up something called live work. And I remember from a while back that there was a property that was close by the earlier CUP that was directly across the street that was Live Work. And his name was brought up as one of the reasons why Avenue L was being looked at for changing of some of the zoning to allow the Live Work and allow commercial to come in. Could you explain Live Work and how many are in that area?
That's exactly right. We have a few along that corridor right there. We have one on the lady spoke earlier. Her Live Work is on the southwest corner of 20th Street West and Avenue L right there. We do have a psychic reading person further down to the west, and there have been a few other kind of proposals on that corridor right there. And then again on the west side of 30th West, that's where we have office professional. But you're right, that's kind of where it all started, on proposing Live Work, allowing Live Work on the major arterials.
Would you say then it would be kind of a natural progression if we allowed Live Work, that it would eventually become fully commercialized later?
That's what we're looking at. That whole south side of Avenue L has been in transition, and it has been evolving, and that's what we have seen, and that's kind of the direction where it looks like the city is going with that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So the comment on road maintenance on 22nd Street West, south of this project, are those considered city streets or private streets?
That would be considered a city street.
They are city streets?
That portion.
South of the project?
Not south of the project.
What?
Those are private streets to the south.
That's the question. So the responsibility of maintaining those streets is the responsibility of whoever chooses to, but not the city?
That would be correct.
Okay. So those are the conditions we live under. What about the drainage issues in this project related to the natural flow down 22nd? How are we dealing with that?
We have conditions 3 through 7 that actually deal with, excuse me, dealing with those issues. So it would actually probably fix any drainage issue that is there currently.
Okay. Street patterns. I noticed on the site plan that we don't have up here that there is a raised median, if I read the site plan correctly, in westbound L with a left turn pocket.
It's a striped median only in this location.
To be striped, so there would be a left turn pocket allowing traffic to safely turn left, should they choose to, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and there's access point for this project either on L or on 22nd, at the rear of 22nd of the project, or on the eastern side off of Avenue L. And a meandering sidewalk.
Yes, that was definitely included.
Dandy. So, what about the Joshua trees? They're going to condition this thing to consider replanting those suckers?
Actually, that's dealt with the biological impact fees. Jocelyn probably explain that better.
So the city doesn't have a requirement to replant them. We can condition an individual applicant to replant them on a case-by-case basis, but we don't typically do that, as the biological impact fee is used to acquire conservation property with higher habitat values.
So there's been no analysis of the specimen if they're even have
There's
the
been-
ability to be transplanted?
Correct. The biological report did not assess the viability of the individual Joshua trees on site.
Nor is it a city standard, nor is it a requirement by any ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Noise. Somebody mentioned noise, dust and noise. If dirt streets, you're going to have dust. At least all the ones I ever lived on. Noise. The Avenue L dB is 68, 67.6 or something like that. So that's what it would be here. Inside the structure or beyond the limits of the structure, it dissipates quickly because you have a mass of wall that deflects the noise.
Yes.
It actually will reduce noise.
Right, it could actually provide a buffer as well.
Yeah, it would provide that noise reduction only when there's a direct line of sight.
Right. Right. Just like a garden wall might. Okay. All right. Anything else from anyone? Anything else you want to add? Nope. All right. Thank you. So, without objection, we'll close the public hearing and consider a motion on this application.
I move that we adopt resolution number 1736, recommending to the City Council approval of General Plan Amendment number 1702 and zone change number 1702.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0 with Commissioner Mercy recused.
All right. Item number 2.
I move that we adopt resolution 1737, approving conditional use permit number 17-12. The approval of conditional use permit number 1712 is not valid until the effective date of General Plan Amendment number 1702 and zone change number 1702.
I'll second.
Thank you. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0. Same issue on this one as with the general plan amendment and zone change that you recommended approval of previously. This general plan amendment and zone change will also be scheduled before the City Council.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. All right. Item number 5.
So it's a private road.
Oh, my. Whittling them down, Jim.
Yeah.
Probably the hardest one left to go.
It is.
All right. The next item before us is a new public hearing on conditional use permit 17-15. So without objection, the public hearing is open. Commissioner Mercy's returned. This is a project to construct a 3-megawatt photovoltaic solar generating facility out east, not at 75th Street East, but at what I would consider 78th Street East, closer to 80th than 75th. However, we know where it is because we've all been there. So, we have speakers on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
About how many? Half a dozen?
4.
4. All right, great. Thank you. All right. May we have a staff report, please?
Chairman Vos, members of the commission, before you tonight is CUP 1715, which is for the proposed construction and operation of a 3-megawatt photovoltaic solar generating facility in the RR 2.5 zone. The project site consists of approximately 20 acres, located, as noted, about 7778th Street East and Avenue J. The proposed project would operate year-round, producing a total of 3 megawatts of renewable electric power during daytime hours. The proposed project consists of rows of photovoltaic panels. These panels would either be fixed or mounted on trackers, depending on the chosen technology. Battery storage would be placed next to the inverter pads located throughout the project site. The project would tie into the Southern California Edison distribution line located on the north side of Avenue J, and ultimately feed into the substation located at the northeast corner of Avenue J and 90th Street East. Chain link fence would surround the project site, and the project site would be screened from view one of two ways. The applicant can either, one, provide a 10-foot landscaped area between the fence and the property line around the entire perimeter of the project site, or two, the chain link fence would have slats inserted to block the view, and a 10-foot landscaped area would be provided along Avenue J and the eastern property line in front of the neighboring residential use. Access to the project site would be provided via a gate located on Avenue J. An irrevocable offer of dedication would be provided for Avenue J at 50 feet from centerline. The proposed project would generate environmental impacts during construction with respect to biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, and noise. Mitigation measures have been identified to reduce these impacts to less than significant levels. Additionally, the Air Force has requested a condition to be placed on the project requiring the applicant to notify the Air Force of any changes in ownership due to the location of the project near the base boundary and underneath the flight path. This has been included as a condition of approval. The mitigation measures with respect to biological resources were included to address potential impacts to Swainson's hawk, burrowing owls, badgers, and kit foxes. They also have to do nesting bird surveys. Issues have been raised with respect to the Joshua trees on site. Joshua trees are considered a sensitive plant species, but they're not protected, and there's no regulations either in our city code or from Fish and Wildlife that requires you to mitigate for them or to transplant them, relocate them. The project site contains Joshua tree woodlands, about 0.8 acres, and it's located at the southeast portion of the project site. The biologist mapped the entire project site, and they utilized conventions that are identified in the Terrestrial Natural Communities of California, which is a book that biologists use, along with a Manual of California Vegetation to determine what the vegetation types on the project site were. Joshua tree woodlands are defined under these resources as a native vegetation community that is characterized by Joshua trees with a canopy cover greater than 1%. Within the project site, this plant species composition, as I said, constitutes about 0.8 acres, and it's located at the southeast corner of the site. The applicant is willing to transplant the Joshua trees to other locations, either to a City of Palmdale maintains a list of people who want Joshua trees for their property. Edwards Air Force Base also at times has requested Joshua trees for use in their habitat restoration programs. Those are options in addition to using them as part of the landscaping. I'm available to answer any questions. The applicant is also here to answer any questions that you may have.
So this land is undisturbed. We've never touched it.
Relatively. It's not undisturbed in the sense that there haven't been impacts to it in the past due to human, I don't want to say use, but people walk their dogs on it, people, ride dirt bikes on it, mountain bikes on it. So humans have impacted it, but it's never been developed, it's never been farmed.
Did you talk about in your initial study about the desert tortoise?
No, because the desert tortoise is not considered present on the site. There's no suitable habitat.
No suitable habitat.
Yes. Per the
What about all the other creatures that would live there? When I walked it, there was like rabbit trails, mouse trails, Mojave ground squirrel trails.
Well,
there was even.
I doubt that there were Mojave
there were no Mojave ground squirrel trails.
Maybe beachy squirrels.
Yeah, there would be potentially California ground squirrels. Those are simply natural resources. None of them are protected. None of them have special status. Just like if a California ground squirrel was occupying your backyard, there is no difference than it occupying the site.
So how many of the solar fields have we put in that have been in disturbed areas versus undisturbed areas?
More of them have been more disturbed than this, but not all of them. We have had sites, the northwestern portion of the city, that have more native habitat on them. We've had some of our smaller projects that have also had more native habitat, but a good portion of our sites on the western side of the valley have been used for agricultural and farming. This one has not.
So in an email I sent you, we talked about short-term uses of a property.
Mm-hmm.
And it spells out in here that this property would only be used for that for 25 to 35 years.
Correct.
And so that's considered long-term?
That's not considered short-term. That, I mean,
What's
a lot
the
of your
definition of short-term then?
short-term, from my perspective, would be 2, 3, 4 years. It's not a long-term use. This has a contract that they have with a utility provider for a specified period of time, generally 25 to 35 years, in which they are obligated to provide power. That's at least as long as commercial developments are, under use before maybe they're reimagined, developed as something else. Development is constantly in a state of flux.
So there's still a lot of fallow farmland out there that could have been picked for this project?
Quite a bit of the farmland that's out there is not fallow and it's considered active.
A lot of it is?
A lot of it is, according to the state. You can look at the website. It's
I was
considered
reading
active.
a KCET article, and it said that there were 35,000 acres of fallow farmland in Lancaster. Is that true?
I would have no way of knowing that. Active or prime farmland is designated by the state, and it has to have certain types of soil. It has to be irrigated and used for agricultural production within the past 4 years.
I think that article talked about the Antelope Valley being not just the jurisdiction of Lancaster. It included the county jurisdiction as well as Kern.
Correct.
Considering the way the Antelope Valley was described in the article I think you're referencing, talks about the valley pointing like an arrow to the west, which it does.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the Tehachapi's on the north and whatever the mountains on the south are called, the Sierra Paloma Ridge.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like that. Or like that, depending on which way you're looking, I suppose. So, I watch KCET all the time, too. Follow them. I kind of question the she's not an author. What's a female author? An authoress? Is that the right word? Oh, whatever. Anyway, the lady that wrote the article. It was kind of interesting article. I thought it was very, very interesting.
Yes, it's quite eye-opening.
Yeah, it was. It was. At any rate. So, to deal with a Joshua Tree woodland, or any other woodland for that matter, when you say the canopy has to be more than 1% of the project area?
I believe so, probably on an acre basis. When they go out and survey and they measure,
I mean, that could
that's
be one.
the
That
definition.
could be one tree, depending on the acreage, huh?
Yeah.
However, the challenge with Joshua Tree, and I have some experience with this on projects in the South Valley that I personally have been involved with. Just because there are trees, they may not be specimen trees, they may not be suitable for transplanting. You may not be able to harvest them and replant them because of their size, their age, their health, whatever. There's a whole process you got to go through to make that determination in the first place.
That is correct.
I mean, it's not an easy process. So what you're saying is that the applicant in this case, and tell me again, would be willing to modify the condition and accept a condition that mitigates these trees that are identified on this property, or is that
You
not
would, you would
correct?
have to ask him to what extent they're willing to alter the conditions, but my understanding
That
based
would be
on
Mr. Bean, and I'll bet he'll tell us.
I'm sure he will, but my conversation with him was that he was willing to explore those options.
Okay?
But this is also one of the reasons why we have the biological impact fee, because saving a couple of trees on a site or transplanting them is not the most successful way of dealing with them. We typically buy conservation habitat, and we have purchased conservation habitat that has substantially more Joshua trees on it, immediately adjacent to the Ripley Preserve, which is a Joshua tree and juniper tree woodland state park.
Right.
So we have added to that as part of what the developer is required to pay when they go to pull their permits.
All right, okay. You want to talk about the mitigations for the kit fox, the apparent badger den, from what I've seen?
The biologists didn't find a den, but they definitely found digs. And I don't know how active those were. The mitigation measures lays out protocol for dealing with both kit foxes and badgers, and those are the accepted.
Those are standard conditions. I mean,
Those are accepted protocols that Fish and Wildlife uses.
and we've
We
conditioned.
haven't really ever had this issue before.
Pardon?
We haven't ever really had a badger issue on a project before.
Well, we
Have
had one.
had kit fox.
We had one on badgers 3 months ago on the residential project at J 812, somewhere in there, and about 67th West,
Okay.
Gravani's project. There was a note identifying the potential of badger habitat on that site and a mitigation.
On Avani North?
No, north of that, between J and K.
Oh,
It was
okay.
it was that RPD project. All right?
Okay. I don't remember.
Brian
I
remembers,
actually
he
don't
remembers everything.
recall that either, but I would say that there's, sometimes biologists kind of slice their words carefully, habitat versus active occupation.
Yeah. Interesting. But at any rate, the appropriate protocols as defined by California Fish and Wildlife, or whatever.
Correct.
Whatever the name is now, right?
California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah.
So kit fox is not a protected species. It's only, at least this species of kit fox, isn't a protected species. It's covered as a fur-bearing mammal. And so it's afforded certain protections during its denning period.
Like nesting birds are.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I piggyback on that, Chairman?
Go ahead.
The Department of Fish and Wildlife letter that came in on the 15th, was there any new information that you weren't aware of that came through on this letter, or?
No, a lot of the issues that they raise on a regular basis are routine. They never go out to the site. They don't look at it beyond what's in the initial study. They are sent the biological report.
Is this a standard what their conclusion was? Is that kind of a standard thing that they ask for?
They ask for it all the time, and that's not what how the city deals with resources. The conservation property that we do get, it is held in perpetuity by a conservation entity. It cannot be used for anything else. So they're asking for something we already do.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Shall we hear from the applicant, please? Mr. Bean, good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Bose, Commissioners. So this is a 3-megawatt project, as you're aware. It's located on the east side. We haven't developed a lot of projects on the east side, mostly because of the transmission capacity. The reason why we chose this site was because our interconnection team did capacity studies to look at the availability of capacity on distribution lines in that area to meet a specific program by SCE. With that, we identified this site because there was capacity in this area, and we worked with SCE and obtained a 3-megawatt contract. That's for 20 years. However, S-Power would operate this in excess of 20 years, likely 25 to 35 years, depending on the power market rates at that time. In regards to Joshua Trees, we have done additional diligence after some of the concerns were raised by the communities. We did identify 19 trees that had the potential to be relocated and transplanted. It's not necessarily clear if that would be successful or not, but we are willing to work with both Palmdale and Edwards Air Force Base to try and find a home for them in the event that we do not choose to relocate them on the periphery of the site.
So if I understand you correctly, either way, you'll either relocate them and plant them on site, or you'll dig them up, transport them, and relocate them to either Palmdale's use or Edwards' use.
Yeah, we've been having that discussion with Ms. Swain on the different options that we can have. So we're going to continue those discussions over the next couple months.
It's not the answer I'm looking for.
What is the answer you're looking for?
Maybe you didn't understand the question. Do we get a commitment out of you tonight that you'll either, first of all, determine the specimens that will survive and relocate them to either the Palmdale, I forget what they call the thing.
Palmdale maintains a list of private individuals who
Right, but they
would like
also
the
have a
property.
location where they, or they used to anyway, where they would replant them.
A repository?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Something to say. Or,
well,
and
this is
okay,
what.
so the point is, we got bushes out there that need to be dealt with. So can I get your assurance you're going to deal with them properly based on what this young lady tells you to do?
Yes.
There, that's the answer. Thank you. Go ahead with your comments. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is that we will relocate them, and if people choose to take them off the site, we'd make them available to those different entities or people, and if not, we'll go out and we'll transplant them around the periphery of the site. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about relocating? I mean, is this something your company would do, or do you work with an expert who has experience relocating these trees?
We've done it before in Palmdale, and it's a tree spade that comes in with giant scoops, digs it up, and then you have to take it to another area where you've already dug the hole, orient it appropriately in the direction that it was facing before, and then you put it back in and then maintain it from there. So it's pretty.
So it's not going to be you personally out there with a shovel digging up trees?
Okay. No.
Maybe I'll get to drive the tree spade. We'll see. That probably wouldn't be good for the Joshua tree though. So no.
But the reality is some of the, depending on the quality of the trees, and they're not really trees. I mean, they're not a tree in the true definition of what a tree is. They may not be of the quality that that would survive.
That's correct. Yep.
So if they won't survive transplanting, the only choice is to dispose of them.
We do have to do that. Yep.
Talk about grading out there.
This is a vacant piece of land that hasn't been disturbed significantly in the past. We have developed out on the east side here on similar properties, and we have worked with AVA QMD to develop a process to make sure that we mitigate any dust issues that may arise at the site. At a site like this, because of the nature of the soils, we do use mulch and put that on the ground to make sure we can control the dust and sand blowing across the site. Grading will be limited to the access roads, but we will put stabilizer, that mulch down outside of those access roads prior to construction.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us?
Nope. Any questions?
I actually do, and perhaps I missed it along the way. When Ms. Swain mentioned, as far as the longevity of the project, did we address decommissioning, whatever that sunset is?
Lancaster does have a standard where we do have to remove the facilities at the end of the life of the facility. So if we decide not to sell power after that 20 years, then we are required to decommission the project site.
I just must have missed it in the documents. Thank you.
Mr. Bean, I appreciate your commitment to the environment by putting in solar panels and stuff like that. But I wanted to remind the commission that this is previously undisturbed land. It hasn't been disturbed in like 10,000 years, and there's 300 to 400-year-old Joshua trees on it. And the reason I push Ms. Swain so hard on what was long-term and short-term, because 20 years or 35 years seems awfully short-term in a scheme of how long that piece of property has been undisturbed. So I was curious, you've walked it, you see all the habitat out there. I've recently been told by a guy that works out at the conservation out on the west side that when we put in that 1,700-acre parcel on the side of the mountain up there, that he saw habitat moving through that he'd never seen before. And he was very aware of the environment around him, and he was saying that it has been changed. It's, even though it was fallow ground that we put that on, he says it's been widely changed. And I'm thinking that even though we buy places to mitigate, it's going to change in that spot. It's never, ever going to be 10,000-year-old untouched land. And then why would you pick that other than something across the street that has been used, or in that general area that's all fairly empty?
Yeah, if you look to the northwest of the project site, there are some disturbed land. It is actively being farmed, or I believe it was very recently. Again, we did the interconnection study at a certain point on these lines based on our investigations, so that's why we chose this point. We also know the landowners that had this piece of property, which helped us evaluate this particular piece of property.
Thank you.
Is there any way, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there any way, and this may be an ignorant question, but is there any way that if this was approved, that if the solar panels were laid out, that it could be, I know they're usually very straight and in a row, is there any way to kind of move around any of these more precious Joshua trees, or any design ideas or creativity out of the box thinking?
I think we can definitely do that with the staff as we go forward with the project. We're fairly constrained, having only 20 acres to work with at this particular location. We haven't gone into final design, worked with our engineering contractors, so we can look at that. There are some more sensitive areas to the southeast of the project site, so if we can avoid some areas, we will. But we really have to go through that design with the engineers, with the city of Lancaster, and we also have production requirements that we have to meet for SCE, but we'll look at that. There's a good example of where we've done that in the past is over near the Antelope Acres, where we avoided an entire area by avoiding a sensitive dust area. So we've done it in the past. We'll continue to work with Lancaster on that.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Speakers?
Merle McClernand.
Evening, Merle.
Evening.
I didn't see you sitting back there.
I'm just hanging out. It's been a great evening. Chairman Vose, commissioners.
Welcome, by the way, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing this project. I actually represent the Roosevelt Town Council today instead of my architect's firm. East of 40th East, that's the county unincorporated area. I've already talked to Jocelyn about being notified on these in the future before it gets to a hearing. We have approved in the past 2 projects out there, one at F and 90th, that was 40 acres, and one at H and 50th, 110 acres. They cut a corner off of it because they had a sensitive area. Unfortunately, when we look at this site, it's not appropriate for what we want to do to it. The biological report, what little report there was, a lot of significant activity on the site, and the mitigation measures, Kit Fox put a door on their hole, so when they run out, they can't get back in? Really? That's it? I think we just have a lack of sensitivity.
You really need to tune into California Department of Fish and Wildlife because that's a standard protocol.
I get it. So here's where we can go beyond that. This is a significant ecological area. It's between 2 county designated areas, and it just happens to fall in between them. It is a north-south corridor going from Edwards to the mountains. Yes, there's badger signs out there. I didn't see any on the site, but I'm not going to poke my head in a hole. Thank you, no. I think we've underutilized our environmental possibilities here, and I honestly think we should have a full EIR on this. And not just for the 20 acres, but to study the effect of that 100-acre area by taking 20 acres out of the center, boxing it, covering it over, removing all of that habitat, because the desert habitat moves. It is mobile. The number of trees on the site are specific to the east side. The west side has a thicker, more dense, different soil type. They have more moisture. The east side, we thin out. It's still a perfectly valid desert environment. So I think it's time for us to step up. Instead of mitigating, let's do an environmental impact report.
So what would you say an environmental impact report would find?
I think it would find that
that wasn't already addressed.
Okay, I think we would find that these areas, in some cases, should not only be protected but preserved. We have a great place out on the west side of the valley.
However, that's not part of the checklist.
Correct.
What in the checklist hasn't been addressed that should have been addressed that would cause an environmental impact report to be required?
I don't know. I honestly think it's a weak point on our part. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah McClernand.
Good evening, Miss McClernand.
Good evening.
Welcome.
So, same family, same area. I'm coming from a slightly different point of view. As both an ecologist and a lifelong resident of the valley, I'm opposed to this project for a few different reasons. Being an ecologist, yes, we do pick our words carefully. But also looking at this from a more sustainable point of view. I do very much so support solar power, wind power, as a way to preserve our environment. However, when those projects come at the direct detriment of the environment that we're trying to preserve, I really don't think this is a great site for it. As was previously mentioned, there are other properties that are not disturbed. This site isn't pristine, as she mentioned. It's been used for light recreation. I myself go out there, I walk, I enjoy it. I would not very much enjoy walking through solar fields, not to mention that I'd have to drive past it on my way home every day. And all the organisms that are out there, the Joshua trees, the kit foxes, the badgers, the squirrels, no, they're technically not protected. Does that mean they're worthless? Does that mean they it's okay to kill them all off? I believe not. I feel several people would also feel not if they went out there and looked at it. I understand that perhaps from a financial point of view, this may be a sensible place to put it, but I feel it's not the best location for this, despite the fact that, you know, maybe they know the owners and so it's easier for them. I am still concerned about the dust issue. Several other projects that have been mitigated for dust still produce quite a bit of it. The mention of mulch also brings up a separate issue. Where does that come from? It's non-native mulch. Has it been treated? What other stuff are we introducing to the ground out there? By tearing out what's there and covering it with something that's non-native, that's a point of concern for me. The nesting bird survey has been brought up. I support that. I agree with that. I'd like to make sure that's occurring at the right time of year. You go out there right now, there's not very many birds nesting. So, I mean, I'm sure that would be dealt with appropriately, but I'd like to bring that up and make sure. The same with the foxes. They're considered the fur mammals that are only protected during their denning periods. So let's make sure that the construction isn't impeding on that, or we move them before that occurs. I understand construction for a project like this may take a lot of time, and so a lot of these mitigation measures would have to take place before that. I could go on, but I only have a few seconds left, so I'll stop there.
All right, we appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Linnell Parker.
Ms. Parker, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I actually live in Elizabeth Lake, but I have been in the valley for almost 30 years now. I work out at Edwards Air Force Base, and I actually used to work with Miss Swain out there. I'm here because I drive through the west side every day. I come down 110th, and I've seen that side of the valley turn into a sea of glass, basically, between the red flashing lights in Mojave and the solar fields along Avenue L and J and K and D and 110th. I actually read something on Facebook. Is that how I found out about the project going out on the east side? And I understand that there is a small plot of Joshua trees out there, significantly old, 200 years old, and we're going to take those down and plow them out and put some more solar fields that may will last 20 years, 30 years. I hate to see that happen. Also, the other wildlife that was mentioned, if we aren't the ones conserving it, who is going to? Nobody. And I'm going to end that right there, because I want to go home and go to bed. I got to work in the morning.
Thank you for your comments.
Bob Alvis.
Mr. Alvis. Afternoon and welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commission. I'm here to speak spiritually on the Joshuas that don't have a voice, to the wildlife out there that doesn't have a voice. I remember in 1900, through my studies, that Teddy Roosevelt actually visited our Antelope Valley and felt that the east side of our valley should be a national monument on the scope and scale of the Grand Canyon. We had Joshuas out there that were close to 2,000 years old. That environment out there has been pristine and has struggled to survive for thousands of years. We always talk about offset of Joshua trees. We say we'll buy offsets in other facilities and things like that. The Blue Cut Fire last year took out 3,000 Joshua trees in the Cajon Pass. The Station Fire almost a few years ago, when it was coming up there, almost took out the Joshua fields that were out on the west side of the Antelope Valley. We have to hold on to the Joshuas that we have, no matter how sparse they are, how spread out they are. Each individual Joshua tree has its own DNA footprint. It deserves the right to survive, like any other living item or animal or plant on this planet. We cannot sit here and continue to turn a blind eye to development at the sake of the nature and and our environment that we live here in the Antelope Valley. This is the Mojave Desert. I was born here. I've lived here for 63 years. I grew up walking these fields. I know the wildlife. I went out there and I walked that site. I saw that 200-year-old Joshua out there, and I know that's not going to be transplanted. You cannot dig up a Joshua that size and transplant it. I've seen him go under the blade of a bulldozer, and it upsets me because this is the valley I grew up in, and I want to make sure, just like Teddy Roosevelt did, he wants that to carry on for future generations. Not a 20-year solar panel project that will be here one day and gone tomorrow. There's no legacy in that at all, but a pristine, undisturbed piece of 1,000-year-old desert that has stood the test of time and will be here long, long after we're all gone, has a right to carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
No other speakers?
No others? All right, thank you. Mr. Bean?
Just to touch on a couple things, if you do want to hear a little bit more about our best management practices, you're welcome to come and talk to us. If you have any suggestions, we're always here to listen, and we think we found some good ways to do it, so we'll continue to try and do our best. Yeah. And any other questions that you have for me based on the comments, I'd be happy to address.
So the comment about there are other potential sites in the area that have been disturbed. Question in my mind, if this parcel and adjacent parcels, if the owners of those properties decided they wanted to lease that land to an onion grower or carrot grower, we wouldn't even be having a conversation here today, because farming operations could take place on those with little or no oversight from the city. Antelope Valley Air Quality Management District, however, would get involved. Now, in your proposed project, the AQMD is now recommending, once you disturb a site, that you treat the site with different methods for soil stabilization. And one of those is mulch, which has apparently been very successful. It's also being used by growers now as windrows to in effect block the wind from raising dust and allowing the dust to go off site, right?
Correct.
So when the young lady spoke about the mulch, what's its source and all the rest of it. I know what the source is. You want to share that?
Yes, it's clean mulch that we obtain from LA County. So that as they go and recycle plants, they provide that mulch to both residents and developers alike to use for dust control measures in the valley.
Okay. That's all I have. Anyone else?
Yeah, I don't have any comments for you. I mean, are you asking if we have any questions for?
Any questions of Mr. Bean?
I just have a comment, but general.
Go ahead.
Not directed to you, though, to really everyone. I mean, this is such a difficult project in so many ways. I've lived here for 40 years as well, and when I moved here, it was, very little development. And some of you lived here all your lives, and, even this up into the 70s, it was very little development. It blew up and grew and grew and grew. And so what we saw 40 years ago certainly isn't what we see today, and it's not what we're going to see 40 years from now. So that's where I'm having, two sides of the story. Bob Alvis, I have such great respect for Bob and his passion for the valley and maintaining the history of the valley. But on the flip side, we have to project 50 or 100 years in the future, where either what we're going to see out in those areas is sprawl and houses. One way or another, I mean, growth is going to happen. Another thing we have to think about too is that, not depending on the electrical grid for the rest of our life. I mean, we want to become a net zero city. So there's so many things that come into play. My suggestion would be any kind of mitigation for the wildlife and the Joshua trees. The best you can do to kind of preserve some of those it is really important to the desert. So there's the emotional side, and then there's the future. And that's where I think a lot of us get, our emotions we get caught up in the emotion of it. But look at our city. Look what we're trying to accomplish in the energy area. So, and I know that, the plan is we want to create a city center. We don't want to be sprawl. We've got a lot of space. We don't want a neighborhood way out here on 100th and, West and Avenue J and one over here on 75th East and the spread. We want to create a city center. So I don't know. It's not going to be an easy decision, but those are my thoughts. And I do want to thank Bob. You bring up a lot of good points, and in your heart, you've heart and soul, I know you. So thank you for your comments.
I echo your comments, Sandy. I grew up here. My stepfather had a ranch on the 75th Street East, and Avenue I was a 450-acre ranch. And I have nothing but fond memories, and that's the disconnect. There's the emotional side of me and the intellectual side. Not to mention that I went through school with Bob from a little kid all the way till we graduated. So it shouldn't be personal, but it is. This is a CUP that's in front of us. We have to look at what is in front of us, and somehow, I don't know how, but somehow we have to take the emotion out of it, at least speaking for myself and echoing what Sandy said, that this isn't an easy decision. And I wish it wasn't a feeling of us against them against us, because it's not that way. It's really not that way. I think we all want the same thing, but we can't always have what we want. And we have to look at that big picture and move forward the best way each of us individually can.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Beam. The mitigation measures on page 1 of the mitigation measures, item 3, it calls out the Swenson Hawk and then on the next page under item 4 there's a note that talks about construction activities relative to results of the Swenson Hawk survey. Is that in the right place? Shouldn't it be under number 3, not 4? Pardon?
Are you looking at the mitigation monitoring and reporting program?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm in the right spot, sorry.
Under the bio, number 3 and number 4, in the remarks column, under 3, there's nothing, but under the remarks column in number 4 on page 2, it calls out the Swenson Hawk, which is actually a number 3 item. I just think it's a typo, maybe.
It is a typo.
So that really belongs in 3, right?
Right, and it's the same kind of,
Yes,
a copy of the report needs to be submitted, so yes, that is a typo.
right. I mean, that's not an unusual condition. It's just required. Okay. All right, that's all I have. Anything else from anyone? So without objection, we'll close the public hearing and consider an action.
Move adopt resolution number 17-38 approving conditional use permit number 17-15.
Thank you. Have a second from anyone?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right, thank you. All right, next item, we've got two more. We talked about being out of here at 9 o'clock. Doesn't look like we're going to make it. Next item is item number 6, which is tentative parcel map number 74975. The applicant is David Horn. So without objection, the public hearing is open on this item. We've had correspondence. We have speakers on this.
Yes, we do have one speaker, Mr. Chairman. The other is the applicant.
Right, okay. So brief staff report, please.
This item before you is tentative parcel map 74975. The property is located at the southwest corner of Avenue H and 20th Street West. The proposed project is to subdivide the property into two parcels that correspond with the land use and zoning designation. Parcel 1 has a land use designation of C in zone CPD, and Parcel 2 has a land use designation of UR and is zoned R7000. Future development of the proposed parcel would be subject to further review, and there is no development as part of this project. Therefore, staff is recommending that Planning Commission adopt Resolution 1739, approving tentative parcel map 74975. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. And we have a speaker. Oh, let's hear from the applicant if they cares to address us. Mr. Glidden.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Good evening again.
How you working?
Yeah, now I'm working. Yeah, so I'm here to answer any questions should you have them. Obviously, the purpose of the map is just to follow the city's zoning and just take a parcel that's a single parcel and split it by the commercial and the residential zoning overlay that was already created years ago by the city. This map was prior approved back in 2008. We're just looking to...
And it's dead now.
Uh-oh.
Right?
It's dead now, right. We didn't do the renewals, or we might have run out of time anyway. So the developer's looking to do this so he can actually do something with the property, because he's been trying to sell it for years, but to find somebody that wants to buy something that's part commercial and part residential is very difficult. But once he separates...
The purpose of the map is for financial reasons.
Correct. So he's already got somebody that wants the commercial, so we'd be able to start some development there on Avenue H. I haven't heard anything about the residential, but this would obviously make the property much more marketable.
Could it be a mini mart with gas station and alcoholic beverage?
Could be, I don't know. Do we need that down on Avenue H? I know we need fuel, probably. We've got one gas station at 10th and H, though.
You want my opinion? We don't choose the applicants, they choose us. How we vote, however, you never know. All right, thank you.
Welcome.
We have a speaker.
I believe it's Ted Presley.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Ted Presley.
Mr. Kressler, welcome. Thank you.
How are you doing? I do not think this should be developed for a business. We have a liquor store on 10th Street. We have a liquor store on Avenue I. 20th, we have AM/PM, Chevron, and Varta. They sell alcohol all the time. On the other side of 20th, on 20th and H, out in the desert, you have homeless people selling drugs, prostitution, and everything else. All this is going to do is cause more problems. As it is now on 20th Street, we got homeless people coming into our neighborhoods and everything else. And it's going to cause a bigger problem. We have enough freaking gas stations, enough stupid stores liquor stores and all that in town.
So do you think it's actually going to be a gas station mini mart
I don't know what
proposed?
it is. I just don't want to see another gas station or AM/PM or something on that corner. It's going to cause more problems. It's a hectic.
The good news is that if there is an application for that type of use on this property, which is currently properly zoned for that type of use, you'll have an opportunity to come and convince us why we should vote no.
I would be glad to come back, because at one time, the city wanted to make a city park out of it, and they changed it to housing. And I was pretty upset about that. And it's just like, every time we try to, us citizens get together and we come in, we voice our opinions, you guys go ahead and vote yes on everything. It's like the Joshua trees.
I don't know if you've been here tonight very long, but
I've been here all
all
night.
of us didn't vote yes on everything, that's for sure.
But like like the people said earlier about the Joshua trees, Caltrans looks at those as dangerous species, and you guys still, people still destroy them. But I don't want to see any kind of business go on that corner. I like to see the state residents. I like to see it stay a neighborhood.
Well, this is not a zoning discussion. The zoning and land use is already established on the property. It is currently zoned for the use for commercial purposes and residential purposes.
Well,
The application before us tonight is a land division.
Well, I don't want to see divided. I want to keep it as one piece of property to stop that, whoever wants to do it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anyone else? No? Ms. Glidden? No? All right. So we'll close the public hearing without objection. Consider a motion.
I move that we adopt resolution number 1739, approving tentative track map number 74975.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 8, which is, what?
She has to recuse on this one.
Oh, that's right, you do. Well, I'm right here on my notes. Go ahead.
I will be recusing myself as I live near this project.
Okay, thank you. So the public hearing is open on tentative track map number 66842. Subdivision 84 single-family lots in an R7000 zone. So the public hearing is open. Do we have speakers?
I have no cards for this one, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody care to hear a staff report on this? Nope. All right. Applicant doesn't want to address this? I didn't think so. All right. So, without objection, we'll close the public hearing and consider a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Which is to adopt Resolution 1741 and approving the tentative tract map 66842. Anything further? Please vote.
Motion passes 5-0 with Commissioner Cook recused.
Very good, thank you. Good luck. Build some houses, will you? Or sell it to somebody that will. All right. I think that's all of the action items we have. Is that correct? Get this thing to work. Oh, now I got news. Well, let's see. Let's try it again. There we go.
Just noticed that Mr. Ludick, he's got a big smile on his face, and I'd
I
Can't
don't
figure out
understand why. Mr. Ludicky, how come you're smiling? Could this be your last official meeting?
Yes, it actually is.
Wow. Wait,
No more city council, no more commission meetings. This is it.
miss us.
You can come back
I will-
anytime for
you-
3
you know,
minutes.
You're absolutely correct. I will miss you guys.
You are welcome back anytime for 3 minutes.
That's classic. That was good.
Unless I'm representing someone a year from now, then I get extra.
But you got to bring some poems with
In
you.
all seriousness,
That's right. That's right. So all of your years, all of your 30-some years of expertise, you really can't utilize it in this jurisdiction for 1 year after you retire, right?
that is correct. That is my understanding.
So you're just going to live the life of Riley for a year and more, probably.
Sure.
According to your bride, Rose, that's what she said.
Yes.
You're going to do exactly what she says every day.
That will not be radically different from what I do now.
Exactly changed.
Perfect.
Because I'm a smart person.
Well, Brian, I tell you,
That was so good.
we've known one another a long time, and
That was the best.
you just are the best that there is. We've had our challenges, certainly, collectively and individually, and we've had lots of successes and very few failures. But you can certainly look back on your career with the city with pride.
And I will. I
know you do.
I appreciate, and it's probably fitting that it's a late meeting for my last one, because I've had a lot of them, and we collectively have had a lot of them. But thank you once again. I really appreciate the staff and support that I've had, and certainly my interaction with the Planning Commission over the years, and in particular this current group. I've really enjoyed getting to know you on a personal basis and also working with you in a professional capacity. Thank you very much.
Well, it's been our pleasure, individually and as a group, working with you. And your great staff. I mean, without your direction and oversight and selection of all these great people, and Miss De La Cruz has got a big job ahead of her.
I think she's well suited for it.
Oh, I think so too. I think so too. So we're looking forward to working with you as well. Be a lot of fun. As long as we don't have to go past 7:30 every night, yeah, we'll be fine.
Can we come visit you in that retirement home? What was the name of it, Sandy? Was it Del Sur?
Did you have a retirement home? He's going into a home? Oh, my goodness.
Everyone gets to kill their mistakes, but that one we did.
All right, so I had some notes, and I can't, what the heck did I do with them? We talked about last time, Ms. Corbett, putting together a kind of an in-service maybe to talk about harassment issues and how we as a commission should interact with staff and staff should interact with us, and I mean behavioral things. Not that we have any problems, it's just a matter of really a refresher on the appropriate way to interact with people.
You and I did have some conversation about that after the last meeting, if I remember correctly. Between multiple illnesses and the holidays, I have not had an opportunity to get with the Human Resources Manager. She's obviously going to be the first place that we should start. So when the holidays are over, I'll regroup with her and start the conversation, and we can see what we can do in terms of just a refresher course. basically. I think that that's fine. I think you guys don't need to have any in-depth training, but just everybody could use a refresher every few years. So we'll definitely look into that for you.
Yeah, just to be, certain that we're all going down the path together properly.
Particularly in the current environment, yes,
Well,
absolutely.
We're all we were all born at a different time, raised in a different environment. Interaction with people of my age is different than people of their age. And it all may be perfectly appropriate, but I think it needs to be talked about. Just for the good of the group, certainly. Any idea when let's see, next meeting we'll be having here, the actual public hearing on one of these in EIRs, won't we?
The solar facility.
The solar? Antelope North, that'll be at our next meeting?
Correct, because as of right now, ginger stout is the only comment I have on that document.
Okay, and the other one, who knows?
They're still working on their tentative map and their development agreement, so that one's probably earliest February, more likely March.
I hope it's February, I'll be gone. Never mind. Okay. That's it. Anything, anybody? All right, thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, if I might just interject really quickly, and I'm sorry because it's really late. We've discussed at the management level that sometime next year, most likely after the election, probably May-ish, the legal division is going to be looking at a really comprehensive review of the entire municipal code, because a lot of it is really old. It comes from the county, it's never been looked at, it's never been changed, and we really need to look at it with fresh eyes. So it's very likely that a number of times over the course of next year, we will be bringing revisions and amendments and updates to a number of chapters in Title 17, so I just wanted to give you an early Christmas present.
Oh, thanks. But we don't have to read it until we get the assignment, right?
Correct.
Perfect. Great, thank you.
And if I could, I just want to remind the commission that agenda review is on January 8th, but then the planning commission meeting is moved the following week because of Martin Luther King holiday.
And the same cycle is for February as well, right?
Correct.
Good. All right, very good, thank you. All right, so nothing else from anyone? All right, thank you all again for the hard work and long night. Appreciate all your work, certainly. So we're going to stand adjourned in memory of Corey Iverson, who was a engineer for the California Division of Forestry, I believe, right? Who lost his life recently in the Thomas Fire, I believe. And we'll adjourn to our special meeting for agenda review Monday, January 8th at 2018 at 4:30 p.m. here in this chamber. Thank you all.